Let us now begin this workshop with a better learning of how the specific formulations, manufacturing processes, or ingredient combinations that give functional foods an edge can be protected. Protecting trade secrets involves maintaining confidentiality within the organization and implementing legal measures such as non-disclosure agreements. By strategically integrating trade secrets and geographical indications, companies can establish a competitive advantage in the functional food market while protecting their innovations and creating a unique market position. To get a better understanding of this intricate strategy, let us invite our next speaker for a presentation on trade secrets and geographical indications for indigenous food products. Today, we have with us Dr. Dinesh Kumar, Principal Scientist, ICAR, Indian Agricultural Statistics Research Institute, New Delhi. Sir is an alumni of Banaras Hindu University with MSc and PhD in biotechnology. He has served as a senior scientist at the ICR National Bureau of Animal Genetics Resource, Karnal. He has been a visiting scientist to Iowa State University of Science and Technology. He has also served as Dean Academic Affairs, Central University of Haryana, as a Director, Office of International Affairs, CU of Haryana, and also a DST Served Advisory Committee member. He is a recipient of various national fellowships. Let us welcome Dr. Dinesh Kumar.
Thank you. Please make it full screen. Madam, how much time we have? At least take your time. 40 minutes. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, and welcome to each one of you, each one of us here. Without going into the formality, let us save our time and discuss about the assigned topic. So, very rightly addressed just now that trade secret is now related to almost all business legally, and GI is also a geographical indication जिसको आप भौगोलिक संकेत भी कह सकते हैं, समझ सकते हैं. This is also a business, and the business must be protected, and where trade secret is one of the mechanisms. But there is a difference between countries to protect trade secret, and I have tried to summarize in one PPT so that we can get basics. If you see the image, just I wanted to stimulate the thought process of our students and also our faculty, that just like equilibrium in our body, equilibrium is also required for the person who has developed something. Person here in GI is the community, not individual person, and from years and years and years. So it's not invention by inventive step like patent by individual, but this intellectual property is with the community. The moment community comes into the question, you see the law is blind, but at the same time unbiased and supporting our consumers if I am paying the price of Darjeeling tea, or maybe Pasmina wool, or maybe Basmati rice, then I should not be cheated by anyone. So that means the law must be there to protect the original developer, that somebody is not misusing the name and cycling off the brand value, premium value. At the same time, consumer is also ensured. So to make the perfect balance, it is the combination of trade secret and GI that we will see that how it is making a balance, and sometimes this is further supported by trademark and further supported by Consumer Protection Act, because composition and right to know before purchasing anything, and if I am cheated, then several sections of IPC will also be there to protect, and it will be protecting and making a balance so that all the intellectual development which is happening for the betterment of society is in the right ecosystem. So with this, I hope I am able to generate basic interest in you for a few minutes. So let us see the next one. Now, since it is the first lecture, so I will try to summarize it in one PPT. What is IPR? IPR is, we understand, intellectual property right. But if I have a car, if I have a house, if I have land, these are not movable, and somebody is the owner. And if you have a right to own, right to sell, right to authorize, right to mortgage, maybe your land for bank loan, it is your property. But sometimes your property is not in a physical form, it is in invisible mode. It is created by your investment of energy, time, resources, money, and you must be rewarded by the society by disclosing the knowledge that is for patent, and but by not disclosing the knowledge, that is trade secret. So there is a little difference. If we classify the property as on today, then movable property, immovable property, then now this third property has come, which is not visible. But this is the richest property. If you see the value of WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, you will realize that if you see the Apple phone, if you see the Android which most of you are having, including me in our pocket, and the laptop which I have used for Windows operating system, though we have the toughest system of IIT, the toughest exam on this planet, but as very rightly indicated by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, that intellectual property development somehow we are missing. And if you see the innovation index of the entire globe, believe me that since last 2 years, we are at 40th rank, 40. That means 39 countries, the people are more intelligent, I totally disagree. And the ecosystem of those countries are really good to have intellectual development. And this society started, if you see the evolution of your human, it started with your Ramapithecus, Homo erectus, finally we made Homo sapiens, then your Neanderthal, then your hunter-gatherer society, then your pastoral economy, agriculture economy, industrial evolution. Today it is the knowledge revolution. And we expect that every student will think about it so that the present economy, if we are dreaming by 2047 that it will be of 35 trillion and India should be a leading country in the world, then time has come that right from UG level, I will say much below even UG level, we must sensitize as your Vice Chancellor sir was indicating, that creating huge awareness, and you saw the director of CRC Capital Institute, that he also missed many of his research which could have been patented. So we expect today you will be sensitized that whatever you are doing, it is not the degree alone, not the publication alone, but something must come as a return of the investment of your hard work and the investment in the educational sector by the government, maybe even by private sector or so. So the moment intellectual property comes, it is in several types. One is your plant variety. This is an intellectual property. If you have developed a plant variety which is not having that feature with respect to the other existing variety, then you will have a protection that you can have your seed and you can advise people to sell. But if somebody else is using your seed, you can challenge, and such disputes are resolved today by DNA fingerprinting, so that two location, two season trials are not required. So let us see the second one here is the trademark. Third one is your copyright. Copyright is very interesting. If you're writing some scripts and program or developing some database or making some server, Android app, or maybe your other operating system app, all are scripts. So you write something in Devanagari script, write something in 26 alphabetic script of English, like Chetan Bhavat novel, or in binary, write a computer program. All are taken as a script, and in India, software cannot be patented, unlike US, and here you can have a copyright. So, as a biologist, I was trying to learn, and our team in computer center of ICR was able to have more than 2 dozen such copyright protected softwares, programs, and it was a great learning as an animal scientist. I am very happy to share and generate your interest. The next one is GI. Something is originated in a particular area, like your Basmati or the GI of UP. There are 11 GI of UP, and if you remember the first GI of UP, if you remember Allahabad's guava, red color guava, that is the first GI. Then we will see all the list and we will compare with other states and the total GI in the country, agriculture GI. So there is a gap, and that we have to focus. And trade secret, it is related to all business. GI is also a business. How trade secret can be used to protect all intellectual property, we will see. And then integrated circuit, your electronic chips for limited period. This is also intellectually protected. And your industrial design, that is also intellectually protected. So if I quickly summarize, there are 8 different types of intellectual property. Property has 3 categories: movable, immovable, and intellectual. Intellectual has 8 categories. You have seen, and I will be sharing all the PPTs with all of you through your organizer so that you can have a quick revision. Now I will move very fast to save time, but I wanted to generate enough interest in you so that very quickly you will be able to grasp and move forward. And those who are in final year of masters, or those who are doing some project work, even in the undergraduate student, or those who are a voluntary researcher also, there is enough material to do a project work and publish this paper on trade secret and GI, particularly with reference to UP, because literatures are missing, gap is there, and I'm sure some of you will have interest. And potential GI item, if you enlist it, and what is required so that they can have the benefit. how they can be converted into functional food, how it can be protected. These are the food for thought. After this talk, you have to think and you have to move forward. But as a backup support, we will be always be available through your mentors as and when required. We can assure this. So next, please. Now, I will not go into the definition of intellectual property, which you can read through this PPT. We will go to the key points to save time. So I will say next. Now, the nature of intellectual property is very interesting. It is creation of human mind, but Chat GPT and now this artificial intelligence. Do you feel like patent will go to some machine? No, it will still remain with human who is actually designing the keywords to generate the data and keywords to have right kind of correlation. So it is the secondary analysis initiated by human rather than machine, so it will always be there. And this is invisible, so we call it intangible. But the moment we say the exclusive right, like this area, basmati is grown, and if there is a right user, then geographical area is important. Timeline, like I have applied for 3 years, time is important. So spatio-temporal dimension of its use and purpose of the use, all these things are, and maybe with the export area. So these are the different kind of rights. And like patent, it is for 20 years. Geographical indication, if it is renewed, it's very long. It will continue. Trade secret, the Coca-Cola you have seen, that is the oldest trade secret of more than 100 years. So if you are patenting it, you are disclosing the knowledge for betterment of society, having the business for 20 years. But if you have a trade secret, you have done the investment, but you are not disclosing. But still society is respecting you because nobody is going to exploit you. So it will continue beyond 20 years. In case of software, in other countries it is patented, so 20 years for business model. But if in India you are going for copyright, it is much longer than patent, 40 to 50 years. So these are the time bound, and territorial means if you have a patent here in India, and if it is not filed through PCT route, so there is a treaty of country. So if you are not filing through international route, then your patent is recognized in India, but not protected in another country, unless it is a PCT route patent, and the member countries they have the advantage. So if something is patented in Europe, not patented in India, you can make best use of it. But if it is routed through international route and then it gets protection even in India or member country. So the time like patent is over in 20 years, you can make best use of it. And the territory where you are going to use the patent, these are the key natures. And this territorial has another dimension that something is originating in a particular geographical area, bearing certain qualities of that area, like Darjeeling tea, then anything grown out of that geographical area in terms of latitude, longitude can be grown. It will not be treated as illegal, but it cannot be sold with that name. That means if Madhya Pradesh is excluded from Basmati GI, if farmers of Madhya Pradesh is growing Basmati same varieties, nobody is going to object, but they cannot export it with that name because they are not in that geographical area. So this authorization has a geographical sense, production has a geographical sense. Go back to the first slide where there is a balance of consumer and producer that is maintained, and that is the soul of intellectual property development, that we will reward you If you disclose your knowledge, we will pay you back if you give the knowledge so that society improves. And before I studied intellectual property law, by Indian way, I was thinking, our cultural way, that we have to serve the humanity, but why to take money? But development is not possible unless the developer is rewarded, be it society, be it community, be it individual person as a inventor. So I hope I am able to clear different types of intellectual property. Very quickly, we will see now GI in detail. And first, that before that, a side topic is trade secret. So we will see trade secret, then we will see GI. Now, next please. These are the types already. If you add the trade secret, it becomes 8. So we will move forward. Next, please. Now, the oldest trade secret, if you see, Coke in Atlanta, still that factory is there, and different countries, different taste. You can it is available there, and this trade secret is nothing but information which has high business value, and that information has to be kept. And in today's era, you see the revenue of Facebook. It is coming through advertisement. But if you see the advertisement in Facebook and Google, it is coming through the keywords which you are speaking in day-to-day conversation. Like if you over phone, if you say that I have to give DNA sequencing, or I have to buy a plot, or I have to purchase a car, all customized advertisement will start coming. That means the information and even your phone number. You purchase one thing, then second, third call will come. You buy one insurance, so many insurance company will call. So now everywhere, this survey method, manufacturing process, and your result or some drug trial is happening. That data is a part of investment, and there is a non-disclosure agreement, and also sometimes there is a trade secret that also come into practice. And if there is an unpublished data, that can also be kept as a trade secret. So, how we evaluated the market of functional food if developed by this university, and there is a market intelligence that this country has a gap of supply, and you have put lot of money efforts to have market and intelligence price mechanism. So if you reveal this to the other competitor, then your investment will be in trouble. So the trade secret is relevant in that sense. Next, please. Now, when trade secret is preferred, already I have given you the hint that if you want protection more than 20 years, then you do not have any other option other than go for trade secret. But there are some issues even in trade secret that we will discuss. And when there is a possibility that it can be reverse engineered, then it's better to go for patenting because you have disclosed that somebody has reverse engineered, like looking at the product, what could be the potential combination, the pathway, the mechanism. If somebody has reversed and is able to get it, then it is better to disclose. So the trade secret and patent dynamics you have to understand. As long as I am sure that nobody can copy it, the information is so much secret, I am able to keep it secret. Then, and I have a longer market, then I will go for trade secret. But if I am in fear that whatever I can do, it is now going to be copied, and I will not be able to protect my investment, and I will be running in loss. बहुत आसानी से चोरी हो जाएगा. If you are so sure, then it's better to disclose that this knowledge belongs to me. I am publishing it in express way by paying 1500 extra fee in the patent journal on the Friday. And the moment I have disclosed disclosure is the biggest protection from potentially piratable knowledge product. But if I am so sure that nobody can guess from composition, like Coca-Cola, I will go for trade secret to have my business beyond 20 years. So for making functional food, keep these two, patent and trade secret, and it's better if it is compositional based thing, then go for patent rather than trade secret, because anybody can analyze and get it, particularly for your patent versus trade secret. Next. How to guard trade secret? Take example of Coca-Cola again. Then very limited people will have access to the original formula which is being used. And when you are discussing this in a critical board meeting, then NDA, your non-disclosure agreement, has to be signed. And still I remember that JT and you and State Agriculture University as well, that if some research is there, then this IPR unit can go for non-disclosure agreement signature by all the members, so they are it is legally binding. And if there is a digital data, then definitely this kind of restricted access can be given. And there are many laws. We will see how this IT Act and other things gives protection if trade secret is in digital form. Next. Now, the features of trade secrets are it must be having commercial value and it should not be disclosed to so many people. Then you are realizing that it's a trade secret because from where it is getting leaked, you cannot fix the responsibility. And reasonable steps must be taken to keep the things secret. Otherwise, you have got the signature of NDA, but it is getting leaked by somewhere else. But you are charging the person who has signed the NDA. So these are the key features. Next. Next, please. So, whenever if it is a trade secret, there is an unauthorized acquisition, then it is legally chargeable. You will see the fee another day. And if there is a dishonest commercial practice or there is a breach of contract with some party and somebody has deviated which you have restricted being a trade secret, you can go for legal protection both by civil case and by criminal case. Now, I try to classify for conceptual purpose that trade secret can be protected for technical information and also with commercial information. So this part B is more important for business, that distribution methods, suppliers, clients, and advertising strategies. These are very, very important. And I can give you one interesting example that lovely industry, a sweet seller, applied for school, your Bajaj accreditation for license, franchise, and Bajaj refused that you do not have expertise in automobiles. But yet Bajaj asked that person that you are a sweet seller, how you have confidence that you can do marketing? And his answer was very simple, that in Diwali, what is the size of sweets every home, how it is distributed, that is the indicator of financial capacity. That secret information I have, and give me 2 districts only. If my sale is down because of my business strategy, you can deposit my EMP, security deposit. I am sure you will give the total license of this area. And this happened to be true. So you realize the value of business information in marketing. And if you have that list, it is then fully protected. Next. So now little difference we will see. In case of US, there is spoilage law, Super 301. like we were denied of supercomputer long back in parts of history. But in India, we do not have separate law. But we still use for trade secret Indian Contract Act and Section 27. There is a breach of contract agreement, and that is supposed to fulfill. But several case laws are there. We will not go into the detail. And either you can stop the person to making misuse of your trade secret, or you can have a compensation by damage compensation, that how much loss you have suffered. And as per IPC, the 79420, there is a provision of 3 years imprisonment, fine of few lakhs. In case of computer resources, if section 66B, 66D and 72, this will operate and digitally protected. Trade secret can be protected or can be penalized to the violators. So we will not go into the detail. Let us move forward. Now, the first part is over. We will see geographical indication, and this is right to exclude. आप नहीं बेचोगे. Right to exclude. This is the first your realization that if I am producing something, then I have right that even if you produce, you cannot use the same name. You can eat, I will not stop, but it will be restricted this right to geographical area. Now, right to authorize means I am authorizing so and so will sell my product from this geographical area, and name of that authorized person will be in the public domain. And person can buy directly from that person, not from other person, so that I can get my revenue. So, right to exclude, right to authorize, these are the two things a community will realize as a owner for GS geographical indication. Now, this will be confined to latitude and longitude. That map will also be submitted to GI office, registry, GI registry office in Chennai. And what quality it is having, like Hyderabadi Khalid, what composition, what unique taste. If it is basmati, then aroma is coming. So 7 acetyl pyrrolate, ppm. If you boil the rice, the lead. If it is a pasmina wool, then ring size 32. It has to pass through. So you are specifying its uniqueness. So all those things must be there. Then this reputation must be historical from the origin, and there must be some link between product and geographical area. I will give you a simple example of it. That basmati is grown, you see the grain filling stage where milk is there, and it is gradually drying up to become chawal, your rice. But if the temperature in night is less than 10 degree, in daytime it is more than 20 degree, it will evaporate. Indo-Gangetic plain has that uniqueness of day length, of temperature, of calendar, of biological clock, of estimata opening, of its genetic backup for production of acetyl pyrrolate in ppm. If all these things are scientifically presented that geographical area only, then the aroma will remain intact. But if you grow the same basmati seed rice out of this area defined, it will grow, but it will not have that quality. So customer will be cheated. So link between product and original place has to be scientific. It's not that capturing, भाई हम तो पहले से कर रहे थे ये हमारा ही है. No, geographical connection has to be scientific. And here is the role of faculties of agriculture university, veterinary college, that if we are developing a GI product, I will take one example of GI product of animal science, then you will realize that what are the quality how it is different? Can we have some proteomics data, profiling of amino acids? Is maybe your evaluation of sensory, and that kind of data is required, and scientific connection with geographical area is required. This must be published, this must be documented. But university will never be owner of it. It will be only facilitator of it. So these are the key things which we have to realize, and we can support our partners so that the right of consumer and producer is maintained. So I hope I am able to give you conceptual part of GI, and if you wish to say time, then let us see few examples and we will conclude the talk, because I do not wish to bore you through different sections law, because as a student, as a teacher, as a faculty, we must realize the conceptual part. Then looking back in India, in UP, what can be done? Because this is a workshop on brain stabilization. So we have to starve our brain, our research group, that how we can explore these things in Western UP, or if not Western, then entire UP, and then even some of the products in the dwelling area also as a lesson. So next. Now, what are the different types of products? So animal products, animal agricultural products, foodstuffs, and other things we are not interested in. So we will see the foodstuffs and animal products, and we will see some crop example as a part of agriculture. So next, please. Next. Now, the legislation under this pressure of TRIPS, WTO, it was done, and now in 2003 onwards, it is operating. And Darjeeling tea is very famous for GI, which all of us we realize. So let us avoid this legal part. Next, please. So, who can register? Already we have discussed. It cannot be registered by academic institution. It can only be registered by the registered society of the community of the growers. So it cannot be registered by SAU or ICR Institute. And the role is only to facilitate. So we have to keep this into mind. Next. Now, least developed country. GI is very important, and today all 17 development goals of sustainable development goals, they are connected with GI. So next, please. You can see here, right from poverty to the water to the protection of animals, all and climatic actions, all are connected with GI. And this is an interesting document. Some of the faculties can read this document, that domestic animal has GI, which is having potential in all 17 targets of sustainable development. Next. Now, GI is linked with farmer in terms of competitive advantage, value addition, export. Take the example of basmati, and also a brand building if it is a unique of that area. Next. Now, this is a brainstorming question, that can we have breed or its product as a GI, because these are distributed in a geographical area? The answer I do not know, but I keep it open. But I wish to share that there are examples where breed is as a recognized as a GI, that I will share. Next. If you see the global picture of GI, there are more than 10,000 products. That means farmer or producer will get more price of 10,000 agricultural products, including animal science products. But how they will get if the law is upheld? One hand. Second, the composition of GI, scientific connection with geography, is well documented. So our role is, as a faculty, as a researcher, is to characterize the GI product, to publish the organic document, and to establish the scientific linkage with that community in particular area. If we do not do this, then profit will never come. This we have to realize. And the global business value of this unique property of the community across globe is 50 billion US dollar, and 167 countries they do have GI, and it is 90% of such GI they are in underdeveloped country. So if the GI is well protected, business volume will be very high. And I will share you 11 GI of UP and its likelihood impact on the producer. Then you will realize what more has to be done. Next, please. So this is the latest data of GI of our country. Study right, I have given it. There are 540 GI products, GI registered in our country. And out of 540, 181 is your agriculture GI. That means 1/3 GI is agriculture. And if I see the animal product, it is more than 20. I was still not able to understand many of the names, but it is definitely more than 2 dozen animal products. And the example of animal product is your Kadakna, that chicken meat, very good for health. And foodstuffs of MP, Hyderabadi honey. So the time has come that can we have more such list of potential GI item of UP to do research and get support from UP Science Technology Council or maybe by the university to move forward. Next. So if you see the GI of UP, it is very less. This is the updated data of January 2024. There are only 11 products, but I am sure UP must be having few dozen. There is no doubt about it. But how we are realizing its scientific potential, business potential, it is up to us, and that's why this workshop is there. So you see the brinjal of Ramnagar. It is just adjoining to the university where I was studying, and it was total greenish in color and very unique taste. I never realized that this can be protected and it will have some global market. And the same is with guava and other things that by color you may not be able to identify. Next. Now, lessons for animal GI as a business model. I should wind up in 5 minutes. So the lesson is you can see some crop as an example, but try to bring it into animal by taking example of other countries. In our country, very less examples are there. So why not to see the global picture also? But we need not to copy. We have to explore the animal products, and we have to make for uniqueness of the animal product by research. So the business development model is product differentiation. If we have 6 varieties of rice, all are at par, there is no uniqueness like basmati, then please do not do research. Every variety need not to be a GI. Every breed need not to be a GI. But if the breed has a unique composition, like Kadakna, or Teliche, or Kalamasi, and very high content of tyrosine, having health benefits, and if it is scientifically proven, camel cheese product, if it is having anti-diabetic effect, if it is having aphrodisiac effect, if it is having BP control elements, and if it is scientifically proven, then yes. Similarly, like Chilka buffalo, which is well known for antifungal activity, shelf life is very high. It has anti-cancerous properties, but if it is evaluated over the cell life and it is published, definitely it has a market and it has to be protected. So the premium product identification need for business, that there is a difference in ordinary rice and basmati rice. If we protect, this much profit will come to the grower. If this model is not there, then direct attempt to develop GI for functional food products or animal product, it will not work. So this I wanted to bring in. Next. Now we will go very fast to see some examples. So this is the product calculation. This is not required here. Next. Next. So you see the basmati export revenue. Yesterday night I updated this. 38 crore is in the last financial year in rupees, and see the growth 35% after COVID, and it is because of AI. So crop has a lesson, but if you go to the animal part next, we are getting huge revenue of 25 crores. This was even more than Basmati for 2 years, 2015 and 16. But there is no GI because there is no product differentiation. But animal products has a bigger market. I have shown only the limited part. So this is the point which I wanted to project, that can we think product differentiation in buffalo meat? It's open question. Next. See the example of your mango. If it is certified, it has a business value. This is the picture of 2021. Next. You see the business value of Delgaon banana. After certification, it has export value has increased. Next. You see the wheat export value, which has increased very high, more than 700%, perhaps the record after the GI. And it's realization of its value. Next. So if you see GI of European countries and ours is 540. You see there, yesterday night I updated 3,800 plus. So we have 1/3 only out of 540 agricultural. So this European database is giving a clear hint. And how I focus only on animal part. Fresh meat product, cheese, egg, honey, and other dairy products, raw material. All are having the egg. But such things are missing in our country. So the time has come to look, revisit, and make bigger publications highlighting its beneficial impact to the global community. Product can be accelerated. Otherwise, doubling of farmer income will remain as a slogan. Next. See the product differentiation of fresh meat and product processed meat and its animal of origin. Such markets are existing. This is the picture where I was working in that university, and they were able to have correlation with the lady. Next. So this is Japan's beef and poultry market. They have GI, and each product has different values. Next. Japanese beef, GI, total 12 in number, and see their uniqueness. Looking at the color, you will be able to see, because they are coming from different ecological niches. And in the species, every ecology is a permutation and combination of the genes, making a specific pathway so that the animal germplasm is perpetuating to the carrying capacity of the ecosystem by differential reproduction. And if they are maintaining the alleles consistency, then GI as a product, as an animal resource product, germplasm itself has a business value. The only thing is ecosystem has to be unique if we see it scientifically. Next. You see Japanese beef GI, it is continuing. See the product differentiation. That is the important thing. Next. This poultry Japanese GI, see the different colors and the properties. Next. Japanese GI products are now getting exported into the other country because they have highlighted its value, healthfulness of the product, maybe pupa ratio, maybe carbon change length, because the longer the length or shorter the length, it has a relationship with cardiovascular disease. So these are the role of animal scientists to explain scientifically, document scientifically, then only market can be moved forward. Next. This value-added product, you can see many documents which this university can make for our state or maybe this region. These are the European products which are based on GI in US market. So you see how the world is gone. Next. These are the examples of different products with service mark, like the trademark. Next. This is the thing. First geographical indication of a breed is Mozambique goat, because it is very unique in aroma softness and texture. So if you calculate its WGPC and your Warner Bresner force, or maybe your tenderness scientifically, this score will be very high with respect to the other meat characterization, which meat scientists can do. And if you establish this for a particular breed, like the Kadakna, then definitely even test aroma texture has its own market rather than its competition. So this I wanted to say that when we imagine 220 breeds, 10 or 20 breeds may have some uniqueness to project as a GI in the market. Next. Now, I will stop here. That what are the challenges in the GI? These are the lesson from Darjeeling tea. Very interesting. I will finish in 1 or 2 minutes, so the lecture will be over. The total geographical area of Darjeeling tea is known. Per unit area production is known. So you can calculate best production, best season, best quality, and put a hypothetical value. But if you see the export data of Darjeeling tea, it is more than the production. How it is possible? Either customer is getting cheated or the producer is getting cheated. So the moment you develop a GI, don't think the rosy picture which I am painting here. Still there are constants. Developing GI, lot of constants. Like we had a fight with GI Basmati, that was boundary issue. Then again between states, Rasogulla was this state, Basmati, the chief minister's campaign in MP that I will get it included. So these are the things inevitable part. And lesson from Basmati adulteration that even if you put DNA signature, it will not give the proteomics picture. It will not give the actual gene expression in that area. Where DNA is the same. So we say it is DNA certified, but more testing multi-omics approach is needed, which is still missing. And premium price identification, it's a big challenge. We cannot develop something as a GI unless we are able to differentiate the product which you saw from Japan, how beautifully they have differentiated a small country, but product differentiation with scientific benefit. It has gone to UK market, it has gone to your US market. So these are the potential things next 20 to 30 years. If India is doing this by 2047, role of animal products, maybe including functional food, will be very high, not only in returning back to the farmers, but also for the national revenue in terms of global export and marketing, landscaping, product documentation, reproducibility, and forensic verification using latest technique at export your custom center. These things are very critical. Then only market can be protected. Otherwise, where is the product? More risk is there. No certification of the product, no risk, but there is no profit as well. So with this, I will not go to the other slide. And thank you so much for your patience. I really enjoyed. And we now opening for questions. Please open for question. One or two questions we can take very quickly.
Yes, please, if you have any questions, please to ask.
You can send your question by email also. Dinesh Kumar BHU, the name of my list. So it is very simple. Email you require. No common stuff in that. Dinesh Kumar BHU at gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for simplifying the concept of IPR to our young professionals, for discussing the characteristics of IPR, and very interestingly differentiating the trade secrets from patents, as well as elaborating the significance of GI, its potential, and its kind of future characteristics and challenges which might come up with the GIs. I would like to request our Dean, Dr. Rajiv Singh sir, to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Dinesh Kumar. I would also request Dr. Pankaj Kumar and Dr. Vijay Singh sir to come forward. Now that we are aware of the IPR and STI indications, let's get into an in-depth knowledge about functional foods. Natural functional foods are foods that not only provide basic nutritional requirements, but also offer additional health benefits beyond their basic nutritional content. These foods typically contain bioactive compounds such as antioxidants, phytochemicals, vitamins, and minerals that contribute to the health promotion and disease prevention. These components may be either directly or indirectly incorporated in a regular diet to achieve promising health benefits. These components may be explored for developing novel or innovative functional livestock products. We are fortunate to have with us today Dr. Girish Patil, Director, ICR National Research Center on Meerut, Nagaland, to elaborate on exploration of natural functional foods. Sir is an eminent researcher in the field of livestock products technology. Meat traceability, meat species identification, cultured meat, value addition of meat are his areas of expertise. He is the recipient of ICR Lal Bahadur Shastri Outstanding Young Scientist Award of ICAR, Young Scientist Award of National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, as well as of Indian Association of Veterinary Public Health Specialists. He is also a member of prestigious National Academy of Science, India, an Associate Fellow of National Academy of Veterinary Sciences, a Fellow of National Academy of Biological Sciences, Indian Meat Science Association, as well as that of Indian Veterinary Public Health Association. Sir has established first meat traceability system in the country. He has developed array of techniques for species identification of meat, designed several information technology and artificial intelligence-based applications for livestock sectors. He has also initiated the research work on cultured meat and organic meat production in India. So it is an honor to have you today with us. Please welcome Dr. Girish Patil. Please welcome with an applause.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, presentation I'm trying to share. Okay, how many participants are there?
There are about 7, sir.
70. Okay. Okay, so PPT is visible, na?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Moving. Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Very good afternoon, all. Organizing Secretary of this event, Dr. BP Singh, and all the staff of LPT Department of Veterinary College, Meerut. I'm very happy to be part of this. Morning, we already discussed regarding functional foods, but I wish to give a brief overview about the functional products and then give some examples how it can be made, and 4 to 5 classes I will be giving. So all of you are aware, what are the recommended daily intake. We require carbohydrates, fibers, linoleic acid, proteins. All this National Institute of Nutrition it is giving, and we're also aware that we need to reduce the fat intake between 50 to 30% of the total calories, reduce the saturated fat less than the 10% of total calories, and reduce the cholesterol content. So, but the lifestyle has become such, as I was telling in the morning, initially we were using natural and minimally processed foods, all of us were consuming everywhere. Okay, there was not much of processing. So slow, and only whatever the processing was done, it was for the culinary purposes. But later, in the last 50 years, the trend of processed foods has started, and then ultra processed foods. We slowly moved away from the natural food products, so from the conventional foods, and now we are realizing that there are some very good components in natural food products which are very useful for the health, and now we are incorporating. That is. The thing. So, due to excessive consumption of this processed foods, because what will happen in the processed foods, they're all produced from the industries, and there is a competition to make it, to more attractive to the consumers, to make it more tasty. So slowly, the content of carbohydrates and fat it is increasing, and the content of protein is reducing in most of our processed foods what we consume, the kind of snacks we are consuming, the kind of so in view of that, a need was felt, and then slowly people have realized that should become our medicine, as Hippocrates has told. So so with the changing lifestyle, two important lifestyle diseases have started. One is this obesity related diabetes, hypertension, osteoarthritis, and other things. as per WHO, annually around 2.8 million adults are dying due to overweight and obesity. We also have non-communicable diseases like cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, CRDs and cancer, and all these things are due to unhealthy food consumption. So that is the concept of functional foods has come. Functional foods means any food or food ingredient that may provide a health benefit beyond the traditional nutrients it contains. Every food will have some carbohydrate, protein, and all those things. Beyond that, what functional ingredients we can add and we can make it to the available. So such kind of food which are having these ingredients, they are called as functional foods. So this concept started in around 1980s. It is derived from a naturally occurring. The one important aspect which I told in the morning is that in the functional food we add naturally occurring ingredients only. It is not that we're adding some synthetic things. It's easy to add some synthetic food preservatives or some protein ingredients also. But in the functional, when we say functional food products, we are telling that naturally occurring ingredients are only added. Now, what are the driving forces? Market, the competition or the niche market is the main thing actually. Now, everybody is selling oil. So somebody will say omega-3 enriched oil. So it will have more marketability. That is the major driver, I feel. But however, they are going for it. Then aging population, health awareness, regulatory perspectives, and self-medication and all these things. So when the people are buying some biscuits, so Nutri, it is having some fibers. So if you add fiber to the biscuits and people feel that although we are consuming some junk food, some nutritional things are there. So like that, these are the driving forces which are driving functional food markets. Now, as for FSSAI regulations, so this is FSSAI regulation, and also it will also tell you what are the different kinds of functional foods available. When we say low-fat products, it is a functional. It should contain less than 3 gram fat per 100 gram of the solids. When you say low or reduced energy, means energy more than 40 calories per 100 gram. Not more than 40 kilocalories. Low cholesterol means not more than 20 milligram cholesterol. So cholesterol free means product containing less than 5 milligram cholesterol. Then we also have monounsaturated fatty acids. So at least 45% of the fatty acids must contain derived from the monounsaturated fat. And some product containing omega-3 fatty acid means total saturated fatty acids and trans fatty acid is not more than 28% of the total fatty acids. So all are different regulations. And low sodium or low salt, because if you are using more salt, it will lead to blood pressure and all. The product containing not more than 0.12 gram of sodium. Okay. Then sodium free, that is 0.005 gram of sodium. Prebiotic fibers and probiotics. So these are the regulations. When we are going for standardizing any product for functional products, we have to keep these things in mind, because adding something and standardizing and ultimately after that, if you see FSSAI guidelines, then we feel that it is crossing and the whole effort will be waste. So these are the different FSSAI guidelines, and also it also indicates what are the different kinds of functional products available. If you see the global functional food market, it will grow around $203 billion in 2022, and it is growing at a compounded annual growth rate of around 12%. So among the functional products, dairy product segment is valued at around $48,000 million in 2019, and it is expected to grow to even more by 2027 with an annual compounded annual growth rate of 6.6%. So now everywhere, it's one thing is very clear: the demand for the functional meat and meat products for our functional food products will rise in the time to come. So everywhere in the Indian functional food retail market, as I told, from 2014 to 2023, it is rapidly rising, and the same thing across the world. And among the functional foods, if you see the share, so majority of them is cardio health, because people are worried. In view of our lifestyle, we don't move sedentary lifestyle because of that, atherosclerosis, increased fat, obesity. and related cardio. So cardio health related issues, which is functional foods which are targeting cardio health. They are the majority of them are there. Then we have sports nutrition, immunity boosting, clinical nutrition, weight loss, and digestive health. So these are different categories of functional foods available in the market. And veterinary Department of LPT, College of Veterinary Science, Meerut, they have developed several products of chana balls, functional milk nuggets, goat and buffalo milk, paneer and low fat, sandesh, and all these things they have developed, and they are doing a pioneering work in functional milk products. And hopefully, you are all getting a taste of it, those who are present physically. Having given brief information, introduction about the functional foods, I will just give some of the approaches for production of the functional extract products. The first one is probiotics enriched. As per FAO and WHO, probiotics are the live microorganisms that, when administered in adequate amounts, confer a health benefit on the host. Here, we are adding certain microorganisms which will provide health benefits. So the probiotics are microorganisms that can help to re-establish and recolonize the human intestinal microbiota. So what are the major problems in our GAT? What is happening is, when we are eating excessive quantity of carbohydrates or sugars, then in our GAT acidity will increase, and it will destroy all the whatever the favorable microbes are there in our GAT, they will be destroyed. So after that, when we go for replacement, we need to re-establish those colonies. So for that, there are several products which are enriched with the probiotics. What are the desirable properties of probiotics? Resistance to acid and bile toxicity, colonization in human gut, it should be possible, antagonism against pathogenic bacteria, production of antibacterial substances, immune modulation, and safe for use in human. And there are also symbiotics. So the suppression of they suppress the harmful bacteria, reduction of carcinogenic substances, stimulation of the bowel movement, and all these things are there. Okay. Now there are probiotic enriched milks are there. You are aware, kefir, and so development of functional milk products which are rich in probiotics. They're very common, like yogurts, cheese, fermented milks, which are all enriched with. So this will help in reducing the diseases, and it will also act as a medications. The most common is Yakult. So Yakult is a fermented milk drink. Even we also buy, all of you must be using it. It is having a bacterium Lactobacillus casei shirota strain. Okay, this is produced by a Japanese company called Yakult Hansha. It is one of the largest probiotic dairy brand in Asia, Europe, and America. So this will have a enriched microbes will be there. So this, when we drink, this will re-establish the microbial in our this thing. So it is important to note that these bacteria should be present in certain quantity, minimum level of 106 CFU per gram, or the daily intake should be around 108 CFU per gram. If you are regularly taking curd or yogurt, it will all be replaced. But whenever many people we don't consume, and on the reverse we go for eating more of the carbohydrates. So in such situations, in order to re-establish our microbiome in our GAT, we need to use this prebiotic enriched things. Now, fermented milk and the starter cultures. Now, one more thing is fermenting. If you are whenever you are going fermenting, acidophilus milk, Bulgarian buttermilk, and all these things, we use different kinds of bacteria. Acidophilus milk means we use Lactobacillus acidophilus. Bulgarian buttermilk, so we use some Bulgaricus. All these things, kefir, kumis, Yakult, so biofigure. So all these different kinds of microbes they use for the milk, and they ferment it. So these fermented products, when we use, they act as probiotics. And also, apart from milk, probiotic enriched meat products are also available. So lactobacillic acid bacteria like Lactobacillus acidophilus, all these things we use for fermentation of the products. So we produce fermented milk products. So fermented means we are using these bacteria, we go for fermentation, and when we use it, will give additional benefit of additional benefits also, acinobacteria. So all these these are the different microbes which we use for fermentation of the meat products. The second approach is addition of dietary fiber. We are generally when we are using the That is the reason why last year we celebrated International Year of Millets. If you are using millets, it will use the sugar. There are two types of sugars are there, which will give fast energy and which will release the energy slowly. So these millets, they have more fiber and they will release the energy slowly. So these kind of that is why if we have the fiber, our digestibility will be better, and that is why the addition of fiber into different products and for the marketing. So Nutri biscuits are available; they are all fiber enriched. If you are adding more fibers into the products, it will lower the blood cholesterol levels. It will stimulate the bile acid synthesis, suppresses the endogenous cholesterol synthesis, and it will cause the dilution of the carcinogens, protects against the breast cancer, phytic acid, inhibition, and reduces the prostate cancer, and several benefits are there. Generally, internationally, if you see when you're eating burger, when you're taking a bread, when you're taking the they're adding patties, but they add equal amount, lots of vegetables they add. Okay, but in India, we generally we do not consume a lot of these salads. Maybe it's a carrot or all these things. So when we are not using such kind of vegetables, obviously we'll have fiber deficiency. In order to overcome, we can go for fiber enriched foods. So different fibers which are used in the production of the functional meat products are barley flour, soya flour, millet flours. Okay, so these things can be guar gum, maize, black gram hulls, tomato fibers, tomato pumpkins, and all those things. So generally, when we prepare the emulsion based meat products, so we can add good amount of vegetables and then we can mix it. It will enrich it with the fibers. So that will be beneficial to our health. And third approach is manipulation of the fatty acids. Fats are the major problem. So we need to reduce the fat content because, as you know, the fat will give 2 times more energy or calories than that of the carbohydrates. Now, when we're adding a lot of fat, when we go for consumption of this commercially available meat products, even if you go to KFC also, what they do is they enrobe it. The content of the meat will be less. That enrobed, that whatever enrobes, and then further they go for frying. In the name of the meat, we are adding a lot of fats. If we don't reduce the fat content, then it leads to obesity, and there are several other issues. That is why different fat replacers are used in production of the low fat meat products. What are the different fat replacers? We have gums, caranginan, aloe gel, amorphous cellulose, konjac gel, pork gelatin, pineapple byproducts, hemicellulose, and milk proteins, and all those. So if you use these fat replacers, then we need not add animal fats. Okay. Then by adding the non-meat fats or vegetable fats also, we can reduce the bad effects of using the saturated fat. The ground beef fat is palm oil, soybean oil, all these things, and palm stearin, groundnut oils, maize, and all these can be used. And another thing is enriching with the PUFA. We're all aware of benefits of polyunsaturated fatty acids. If you are using saturated fatty acids, chances of getting atherosclerosis and all will be more. If you are using PUFA, it will be better. It will reduce the chances of atherosclerosis and heart-related diseases. And there are 2 types of PUFA, that is omega-3 fatty acid, omega-6 fatty acid. Most common method is enriching with the fish oil. If you add the fish oil and several things, and there are several approaches. So in this way, reducing the fat content and enhancing the beneficial fats. This is also one of the way of producing the functional products. Next is genetic approaches. So genetic approaches, here it's a long-term kind of things. We need to go for certain breeding strategies, genetic selection, genetic manipulation, and repartitioning, and all those things. I feel these are all more of a theoretical in Indian perspective. There are several genes which have been identified which control the meat quality. Hal gene, MC4, RN, and all those things. Cas gene, myostatin, and all those things. There is one myostatin gene. By regulating the myostatin, it leads to hyperplasia and hypertrophy of the muscles. So that muscle doubling, what we call. So this kind of high quality meat can be produced. So this is one approach for producing the functional products. And also omega-3 enriched chicken, they also come by feeding more chicken, more omega fatty acids to the chicken. This can be done. And next is nutritional intervention. Apart from all those things, so we can add in the food products we can do. But in the nutritional interventions also by addition of vitamin E and selenium into the feed. They produce selen pork and selen chicken, all these things. So and experimentally it was shown that by adding organic selenium into the feed at different levels, the level of selenium in the meat and byproducts also increases. It has also been proven that grass-fed beef will have more POFA. So by doing different nutritional manipulations, it is possible to do functional products, and also they are also called as designer meats. So these are different approaches, and then enhancing the natural antioxidants. We require a lot of antioxidants. Now, if you use the fruits, any fruits you use, it will have rich antioxidants. If you are taking good quality of antioxidants, then aging-related issues all will be reduced. Okay, the addition of phenolic compounds, carotenoids, phytates, flavonols, rosemary extracts, green tea extracts. So now even the tea also now people are replacing with the green tea because green tea will have a lot of antioxidants. So now these antioxidant enriched food products, it's also one of the approaches for producing the functional meat products. Now, one thing we have to keep in mind whenever somebody is claiming any functionality, preclinical efficacy studies have to be done. So we had a presentation day before yesterday in our institution by one scientist from NIN. So they are doing the lab animal studies. When we are doing, you can approach them for collaboration. We have made something. What are its benefits? They have a very huge, around 3,000 capacity lab animal house shed they are having. You can collaborate with them. You can also go for contract research with them. You have to feed them and study whether it's benefits in the lab animals, and then only we should claim. Preclinical studies should be done, biomarkers, biological endpoints that directly correlate with the health status. All these things should be done before putting the claims. Simply adding and then we are claiming, something is not recommended. So safety issues. Whatever the ingredients we are adding, it should be added at the optimum levels. And some phytochemicals are carcinogenic that should be taken care, and toxicity studies should be done. And what are the risk benefit analysis should be done before going for and launching any of the functional products. Now, to conclude, health food claims should follow the principles of being scientific, open, equal, fair, effective, and convenient. It should not be just for marketing purpose. It should not become a marketing tool. It should become a health tool, and only after proper studies it should be done. Technical examination before permission should be given, product approval and certification. If you are going for a completely new product, functional meat product, if those standards are not available, if in the FSSA there is a category called novel foods, you have to apply in the novel food or proprietary food. You can go, you will develop something, you will get IP protection, and then you will submit under novel category foods or proprietary foods. Then if you are having a proprietary food, for example, Pepsi, it's a proprietary. It will have a separate certification. It will not come under anything, and trade secrets it will be followed. And that food product will become your brand, so like that, proper certifications and approval should be taken. And the type of terminologies you use, nutraceuticals, functional, medicinal, novel, unless if you are without proper studies, if you are putting all these labels, and if somebody complains, and there will be huge cost associated with it. That is why proper vigilance is also required. Thank you. This is just an overview of functional food products I wanted to give. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for this thoroughly intriguing and enriching lecture. I would like to thank you for introducing the concept of functional food to our young scholars and for discussing the approaches for developing functional foods. Sir, I believe the valuable insights shared here would definitely inspire our young participants. Thank you so much, sir.
I thank Dr. VP Singh and Dr. A.R. Sen sir for providing the inputs. frankly, I did not do much research on it. So I thank them for their inputs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good day, sir. Now we'll stop here for our next session. Before that, we'll have lunch. Kindly come back after lunch by 2:30. Students, your lunch has been prepared here only. There's facility for lunch today. So kindly have your lunch here only and come back. We'll be waiting for you all.
डॉक्टर फंगला है, डॉक्टर फंगला मेरे डिपार्टमेंट में ही है, ये डॉक्टर सैलजन है, डॉक्टर और डिपार्टमेंट हमारे से जगह कुछ
मैंने लास्ट टाइम आपका लेक्चर अटेंड किया था सीआरएस में
मैडम से हां खाना मतलब क्या तो ये तो ग्राउंड और ग्राउंड करवा तो इसलिए वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्या करते हैं हमारी ज्यादा आ जाएगी बोल के पैसे पे लंच करेंगे लेट हो गया हमारे नॉमिनेशन वो एक्चुअली कुछ बीच में था उनका अवार्ड वगैरह मिले थे हमारे फोटो की एम्बुलेंस जाती है तो उसके चक्कर 15-20 मिनट से बेकार हो गया तो दिनेश कुमार जी का पिता जीआई और जीआई और एक्सपीरियंस किया था मैडम तो ज्यादा है कैसे पैटर्न फाइंड करेंगे जी जी मेन काम तो वही है हम लोग भी बहुत काम करते हैं लेकिन ये है कि हम लोग तो सोचा ही नहीं पैटर्न कराना है अभी हम लोग सोच रहे हैं बहुत सारे हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं हम लोग मेरे डिपार्टमेंट तो 3 लोग हैं एक जजमेंट है दिल्ली से आ रहे हैं बाकी और लोग भी हमारे काफी काम कर रहे हैं व्यक्ति साइंस में तो एक बार हाँ एक बार होना चाहिए जी जी बैठ हेलो हाँ जी बताइए आप कौन बात कर रहे हैं आपको बताओ अभी नहीं बस कमांडर बात कर रही मीटिंग भाई बिना यहाँ आया
यही पे होगा सब कुछ और सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा तो लास्ट तक होगा। नहीं तो बच्चे अभी क्लास वाले अटेंडेंस यही ले रहा अभी क्लास को वो अपने यहाँ पर मार कर आगे ले रहे बोल रहे और वहाँ पे एक कस्टमर ऑर्डर नहीं निकाला 5 वाली सब कर यही है ना दोबारा भी शानदार लग गया एक 5 मिनट क्या करना आप ये क्या करना है मेरे पास चलो ये छुट्टी हो गई मतलब हम दो के ये तुम्हें बोलता हूँ वो इंटरनेट पर क्वालिटी नहीं जो यहाँ पे खाने को केयर खाने सबके करने खाने में तो केयर सुबह से कितने लेके पहले हाँ अपनी कितनी बार को डाल तो नहीं आएगी तो आएंगे मुझे को हां सही हां कितने बार
नमस्कार यही आना है ना यही अटेंडेंस होगी खा लो है ना इतने लोग खा रहे तुम्हें नहीं मिला खा लो कोई बात नहीं पूरी लो लो यार शुरू हो गया खाना खा के
ये तो यहाँ तक आके ये ना तसल्ली के लिए वो नहीं सब ऐसे खाना फंक्शन तो क्या करता है नहीं खाए ये बच्चे वालों बच्चे को यही भेजना है कोई नहीं यार बहुत बड़ी छोड़ के आएगा ठीक अगर नहीं यहाँ दिलवा देंगे यार वो लिख दो उसमें कटने नहीं मिलेगी कुछ नहीं हाँ जैसे करना अरे बाकी ब्लॉग जो नॉर्मल सब कुछ आपके एक्टिविटी पर डिपेंड करता है। आप कई बार किसको करना है? यहाँ पे अच्छा कर दें, एक्चुअली देखना पड़ेगा, मैंने 2-3 दिन देखा है। खाना ज्यादा खाया था। हाँ हाँ ठीक करना है, अप्लाई कर दीजिए, देखना पड़ेगा। कोई बात नहीं, कर देंगे। हाँ कितने निकलोगे और पूरा एक्सप्रेस वे मेरा खत्म वो तो अपने घर पहुंचने के लिए लगते रहते को मतलब पहले ही कट मैं भी ध्यान देता हूँ गाड़ी का तो मैं दिल्ली जाना कहाँ से मतलब एक्सप्रेस वे से जाना है, एक्सप्रेस वे से मतलब वो पहले ही कर वो है करते जो एग्जिट है उसका एग्जिट जो है गाजियाबाद एक्सप्रेस वे एक है देखो ये करी एग्जिट है गाजियाबाद, फिर दूसरी है राजनगर एक्सप्रेस, ठीक है, उसके बाद तीसरी है मोहननगर वाला, पहली सबसे पहली एग्जिट भाई रोज एक तो सोच मत के मुंडी वाला जो था इसलिए कितना पीछे को आगे जाके पहली लेफ्ट है। अच्छा वो भी है वो क्या है, वो तो विजयनगर वाली है, वो रिपब्लिक क्रॉसिंग वाली जो नोएडा एक्सप्रेस वे की तरफ जाते हैं। हाँ वो नोएडा एक्सप्रेस वे पे जाता है, वैसे करना पड़ता है, वो छोड़ना पड़ता है वहां से। तो फिर मुझे तो कोई मेट्रो मिलेगी उसके लिए मैं तो और आगे मतलब जो ये तुम्हारा क्या नाम है तुम्हारे मंदिर है अक्षर नाम नहीं वो तो और आगे ये तो नोएडा वाले पे तुम्हारे यहाँ नोएडा ब्लू लाइन पे कहीं नहीं आएगा यहाँ तो फिर महागाड़ी लगानी पड़ती है उसमें जब जाता है बाहर गाड़ी आगे तो फिर गाड़ी तो आओ किसी भी टाइम आओ अपनी गाड़ी उठाओ बाहर उससे चल रहे नींद आ रही होगी ना
Welcome back. It is now time to introduce you all to our next speaker, Mrs. Vidisha Garg. She has more than 80 years of experience in handling complex and high-stakes patent matters in various domains such as chemical, pharmaceutical, nutraceutical, petroleum, oil, and energy. She has a strong academic and research background in chemistry and has an LLM degree. She is a member of EPU's Standing Advisory Committee and the Executive Committee of AIPPI India. She has been continuously engaged in providing guidance on issues relating to biodiversity and traditional knowledge. So, to give you a comprehensive insight into patent filing, prerequisites, and procedures, let us welcome Ms. Vidisha Garg. Let us welcome with an applause. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries, Dr. V.K. Singh, professors, and new participants. Really nice that your university has considered arrange a workshop on intellectual property rights. These are very important right now because intellectual property rights are very important in a developing economy such as India, our economy, because they provide you a competitive edge and lead to an improvement in the life. So I'll start my presentation. I will basically, there are many types of intellectual property rights such as trademark, copyright, designs, patents, plant varieties, semiconductors, etc. But I will tell you about patent system in India because you all are studying veterinary and agriculture and technology basically.
So for you, if you are doing any research, you are doing any invention, patents become the most important and most critical IPR which you can acquire. So basically, मैं आपको आज patent system क्या होता है, I would like to explain you that and how we do filing in India, patent filing. So basically, what is a patent? Patent is a legal right. Patent right एक legal right होता है, which is granted by the government of our country. So basically, हमारे in our country we have patent law. So under this patent law के अंदर में हमें patent right government of India से मिलते हैं. So patent is a legal right which is granted by the government. अब government इनकी क्यों grant करती है? ऐसे ही तो कोई भी चीज government किसी को नहीं देगी. So government grants legal right to those people who are doing innovation, doing new development in technology. So patents are granted by the government for encouraging innovation, technical development, and bringing economic prosperity. So in सबसे आगे की स्लाइड में हम देखेंगे इकोनॉमिक प्रॉस्पेरिटी कैसे रिलेट होता है पैटेंट्स और आईपीआर में. तो पेटेंट्स आर बेसिकली अ सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट between the inventor and the country or the society as a whole. कॉन्ट्रैक्ट किस तरीके का, अगर आपको थोड़ा बहुत लॉ पता हो, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट होता है जिसमें दो पार्टी होती है, दोनों के बीच में कोई लेन देन होता है और एक कंसिडरेशन होती है. तो पैटेंट सिस्टम और एनी आईपीआर सिस्टम, कोई जीआरएस है या पेटेंट ट्रेडमार्क सॉफ्टवेयर, कोई भी आईपीआर is a social contract between the inventor and society. The contract is that inventor will explain or disclose his invention, his technical whatever development he has done, whatever invention he has done, he will tell to the society everything about his invention, and in return he will get a monopoly of fixed time period. For patents, this time period is a 20 years time. So if I do for you some invention and we request the patent office for a patent monopoly, in that case we will have to explain our invention as a whole. We will have to disclose what invention we have done, what technical development we have done, and in return we will get the monopoly for 20 years time. All the patent rights are negative rights. These are territorial rights, which means that patent, if you have taken a patent in India, you will have your rights only in India. If you want rights in other countries, then you will have to file patent applications and obtain patents in different countries. These are transferable rights like any other movable, immovable property like house, buildings, etc. These IPR also, these are intangible rights. We cannot touch them or feel them, but these can be sold, these can be assigned to anybody, these can be licensed, gifted, or even donated. So these are transferable rights like any other property. So basically, patents are a social contract between inventor and society. Inventor will disclose the invention and he will get an exclusivity in return. So basically, why IPR system or patent systems are there? Why there is a need of a monopoly right, or why do we actually need them? So basically, the intent of or the premise for having a patent system in the country is to reward the innovator. आपने कोई invention की है तो आपको कैसे reward दिया जाए कि आपको at least उस innovation पे 20 years का आपको एक अधिकार दे दिया जाता है, यही एक रिवॉर्ड है. आपका नाम आता है, this person is the inventor of this kind of technology. So it is basically to reward the inventor for doing new inventions. Patent also system, this system also helps in diffusion of technology because inventor is disclosing his technology, his know-how, his knowledge. So therefore, it helps in people knowing about the how the development of technology is going on. Then it helps in it provides a competitive edge. This is the most important part of IPR system, because you are getting a monopoly for a 20 years period of time, which means that you can stop other people from using your invention. You can market your invention, commercialize your invention, your products in market, and you will have a monopoly right. You will have a competitive edge over other people who don't have that technology. It is a very good self-defense mechanism when new products come in market. For example, when Gillette brought in his new razor, that technology was belonged to nobody else except Gillette. So Gillette became the market leader. They sold those razors, and nobody had that technology, so no other competitor could sell those kinds of razors. So it gave them a market edge. So basically, for new products, it's a very good self-defense mechanism to obtain a patent system. So what kinds of rights are provided by patents? If I'm saying obtain a patent, file a patent for your invention, किस तरीके के rights आपको मिलते हैं? Basically, the patent owner, जिसको patent मिला है, उसको हम patent owner कहते हैं. So a patent owner gets the right to prevent other people from making new things, offering for sale, selling, importing the products, or the products that infringe the patent. तो अगर आपने patent लिया है, तो आप बाकी सबको, हर किसी को, जिसको भी आप नापसंद करते हैं या चाहते हैं वो आपकी इन्वेंशन ना यूज करे, you have the right to stop them from making that patented product, or they can your product, they cannot offer your product on sale, they cannot import your product from other countries. ये सब चीजों से आप दूसरों को रोक सकते हैं. और जब आप दूसरों को रोक पाएंगे और खुद अगर आप अपनी इन्वेंशन मार्केट करते हैं या कमर्शियलाइज करते हैं, definitely you will have a market edge. You will be able to create wealth. तो अगर आप रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, इन्वेंशन कर रहे हैं, नए प्रोडक्ट्स या कुछ नई प्रोसेस डेवलप कर रहे हैं, तो मेरे हिसाब से एक मेथड है कि आप उन्हें पैटर्न कर ले, जो मैं आपको अभी सिखा रही हूँ. पर पैटर्न करने का मतलब ये होगा, बिकॉज इट इज अ सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, आपको लोगों को सबको डिस्क्लोज करना पड़ेगा कि आपने क्या किया है. अगर आप नहीं चाहते कि आप पैटर्न करें और सबको बताएं, तो उसके अलावा आप जनरली क्या करते हैं, आप अपना डॉक्यूमेंट पब्लिश करा देते हैं जर्नल्स में, जिसमें आपको कुछ पॉइंट्स मिल जाते हैं, आपकी सीवी का ब्यूटिफिकेशन ज्यादा अच्छे से हो जाता है. इट इज अ चीप मेथड ऑफ पब्लिकेशन, इज अ वेरी चीप मेथड, उसमें ज्यादा पैसे भी नहीं खर्च होते, बट आपकी इन्वेंशन तब भी पब्लिक डोमेन में ही आ जाती है और उससे आपको कोई कमर्शियल बेनिफिट भी नहीं मिलता. तो उससे बेटर है कि आप पैटेंट फाइल करें, आपको मोनोपोली भी मिलेगी और आप कमर्शियल यूटिलाइज भी कर पाएंगे. दूसरा तरीका है कि आप उसे सीक्रेट रख लें, जैसे ट्रेड सीक्रेट्स होते हैं, या अभी जैसे हमारी कंट्री में बहुत समय से प्रथा थी, एक जनरेशन से दूसरे जनरेशन में इंफॉर्मेशन ट्रांसफर होती थी, बट फिर खत्म हो जाती है. तो आप ट्रेड सीक्रेट रख सकते हैं, या फिर आप कुछ ना करें, बस आपने इन्वेंशन किया और आपने सबके लिए छोड़ दिया, कुछ नहीं किया. तो इन तीनों चीजों से बेटर है कि आप पैटेंट फाइल कर ले अपनी इन्वेंशन के और उसको फिर कमर्शियलाइज करें. तो डेफिनेटली इट विल लीड टू वेरिफिकेशन ऑफ वेल्थ. तो अगर हम ये सोचते कि हाँ ठीक है, पेटेंट सिस्टम हमारे लिए is the better option for us instead of mere publication or keeping it a secret or doing nothing. If you think your invention is good enough, you can commercialize your invention. और तो आप पैटेंट फाइल करने की सोचते हैं, then you need to understand पैटेंट क्या होता है, किस तरह की इन्वेंशन के लिए पैटेंट मिलता है. हर इन्वेंशन पे पैटेंट नहीं मिलता है. तो पैटेंट is basically granted for inventions which are new product or process and which involve an inventive step and have industrial applicability. ये definition पेटेंट एक्ट में दिया गया है. According to this definition, पेटेंट मिलता है किसी नए प्रोडक्ट या प्रोसेस पे. तो नया वर्ड पे एम्फेसिस है, न्यू पे एम्फेसिस है. न्यू मीन्स जिस दिन आपने पैटेंट एप्लीकेशन फाइल कर रहे हैं उस दिन से पहले कोई भी आपकी इन्वेंशन के बारे में ना जानता हो, तो न्यू होना जरूरी है। सेकंड है इन्वॉल्वमेंट इन्वेंटिव स्टेप। इन्वेंटिव स्टेप मतलब आपने एक्चुअली अपने दिमाग को इस्तेमाल किया है, कुछ इन्वेंटिव इनिशिएटिव अप्लाई की है और कुछ नया बनाया है। कॉपी नहीं करना है या कहीं से मोटिवेशन नहीं लेना है। जो हम जनरली बॉलीवुड में मोटिवेशन लेते हैं ना, सॉन्ग बनाने में या मूवीज बनाने में, उस टाइप का मोटिवेशन नहीं चाहिए। एक्चुअली आपने कुछ नया सोचा है और एंड कैपेबिलिटी ऑफ इंडस्ट्रियल एप्लीकेशन, मतलब आपने जो इन्वेंशन की है वो किसी इंडस्ट्री में कहीं पे अप्लाई की जा सकती है, या तो अगर कोई प्रोडक्ट है तो इंडस्ट्री में बनाया जा सकता है रिपीटेडली, बार बार उसी चीज को सेम स्पेसिफिकेशन के साथ प्रोड्यूस किया जाए। इफ द इन्वेंशन इज इन अ प्रोसेस, तो उस प्रोसेस को इंडस्ट्री में बार बार हम अप्लाई कर सकते हैं, यूज कर सकते हैं और हमें सेम रिजल्ट मिले, तो इंडस्ट्रियल एप्लीकेशन होनी चाहिए। Therefore, from the definition in the previous slide of slide से हमें 3 क्राइटेरिया पेटेंटेबिलिटी के मिलते हैं: नोवेल्टी, नॉन ऑब्वियसनेस एंड इंडस्ट्रियल एप्लीकेबिलिटी। देखिए पेटेंट सिस्टम का प्रेमाइस ये है, जो ऑब्जेक्ट है गवर्नमेंट कह रही है कि हम आपको, आपने नई इन्वेंशन की है, यू हैव डन अ न्यू इन्वेंशन, न्यू इनोवेशन, वी विल प्रोवाइड यू अ मोनोपोली, बशर्ते आपकी इन्वेंशन नई होनी चाहिए। ऑलरेडी अगर नोन चीज है, पब्लिक डोमेन में जो चीज है वो सबकी है, जो आपने किया है वो सिर्फ आपका है, बाकी पब्लिक डोमेन में जो अवेलेबल नॉलेज है वो सबकी नॉलेज है, उससे सबका अधिकार है, उसपे मोनोपोली नहीं मिल सकती। जो आपने कुछ नया किया है, जो आपने बिल्कुल नया ऐसा किया जो किसी को नहीं पता था, नया कुछ बनाया है, तो इन्वेंशन शुड बी नॉवेल, उसमें नयापन होना चाहिए, वो कहीं पे किसी को नोन ना हो, ना कहीं पब्लिश हुई हो, ना किसी ने कभी यूज किया हो। द सेकेंड क्राइटेरिया इज नॉन ऑब्वियसनेस, व्हिच मींस कि आपकी इन्वेंशन नियर वर्क्स ऑफ इम्प्रूवमेंट नहीं है। एक नट बोल्ट हटा के आपने दूसरी तरीके का नट बोल्ट लगा दिया, स्क्वायर की जगह सर्कल कर दिया, वो नियर वर्क्स ऑफ इम्प्रूवमेंट होते हैं। नियर वर्क्स ऑफ इम्प्रूवमेंट में कोई नॉलेज में एनहांसमेंट नहीं किया आपने वही चीज है बस खाली मॉडिफाई कर दिया, उसमें नहीं मिलेगा। नोन चीज अगर है वो सबकी मानी जाती है। जो आपने नया किया है, तो अगर आपने कुछ वाकई में कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी में एडवांसमेंट किया है या कोई आप इकोनॉमिक सिग्निफिकेंस अचीव कर रहे हैं, तो आपकी इन्वेंशन नॉन ऑब्वियस मानी जाएगी। थर्ड है इंडस्ट्रियल एप्लीकेबिलिटी, जैसे मैंने अभी बताया, इट शुड बी, योर इन्वेंशन शुड बी capable of being used in an industry. Simplicity is no word to invention, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। जरूरी नहीं है योर इन्वेंशन शुड बी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड, उसमें बहुत सारे स्टेप्स हो, उसमें बहुत सारे पार्ट्स हो, तो ही इन्वेंशन हो। एक सिंपल से किसी ने बैठे बैठे एक तार को मोड़ के कैनपिन बना लिया था किसी जमाने में, वो भी एक पेटेंटेबल इन्वेंशन थी। सो इन्वेंशन कुछ भी हो सकती है, बट उससे आप कोई प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रहे हो या उससे कोई टेक्निकल एडवांसमेंट क्रिएट हो रहा हो, then it is considered as a patentable invention. तो नोवेल्टी, जैसे मैंने अभी बताया, इन इंडिया वी कंसिडर एब्सोल्यूट नोवेल्टी। एब्सोल्यूट नोवेल्टी मींस इन्वेंशन, आपकी इन्वेंशन सिर्फ मेरठ में नहीं या यूपी में नहीं या इंडिया में नहीं, पूरी दुनिया में कहीं भी पहले से ही नोन होनी चाहिए। योर इन्वेंशन शुड नॉट बी नोन टू एनीबडी इन द एंटायर वर्ल्ड बाय वे ऑफ एनी पब्लिकेशन, मतलब कोई पब्लिकेशन ना हुआ हो, किसी ने कभी कोई बुक ना पब्लिश की हो, किसी ने कोई यूज ना किया हो। हर वक्त पब्लिकेशन नहीं होता, बहुत सी बार यूज होता है कि हम कहीं कोई ऑलरेडी हम कुछ करते चले आ रहे हैं सर्विस से, पर कहीं डॉक्यूमेंटेड नहीं है, तो यूज भी कहीं नहीं किसी ने कभी किया हो। ये सब सो इम्पोर्टेंट है कि अगर आप चाहते हैं कि आप, if you want your invention, you want to file a patent application, you need to maintain the novelty of your invention, which means, जिसका मतलब है जिस दिन आप पेटेंट एप्लीकेशन फाइल करने जा रहे हैं, उस दिन आपकी इन्वेंशन के बारे में कोई न जानता हो। इसका मतलब ये है, अगर आपने लैब में रिसर्च, if you have research in a lab तो आपके गाइड है या आपके सुपरवाइजर है, आपके कलीग्स है, उनके अलावा नोबडी एल्स शुड नो अबाउट द इन्वेंशन। आपकी इन्वेंशन सीक्रेट होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत सी बार लैब में कॉपिंग हो जाती है। तो nobody should know about your invention। अगर आप किसी को अपनी इन्वेंशन के बारे में बता रहे हैं तो उस केस में भी आपको उस बंदे के साथ अग्रीमेंट साइन करना चाहिए कि आप मेरी इन्वेंशन को सीक्रेट रखेंगे और किसी को नहीं बताएंगे। इन्वेंशन पैटेंट एप्लीकेशन फाइल करने से पहले कभी भी पब्लिकेशन नहीं करना चाहिए। यू शुड नॉट पब्लिश योर एप्लीकेशन और यू शुड नॉट शेयर सेल एनी प्रोडक्ट बिफोर फाइलिंग द पैटेंट। सेकेंड क्राइटेरिया जो मैंने अभी आपको बताया था, ऑब्वियसनेस क्या होता है? ऑब्वियसनेस का मतलब है आपने टेक्निकल इम्प्रूवमेंट किया है या इकोनॉमिक सिग्निफिकेंस अचीव की है। मियर वर्कशॉप इम्प्रूवमेंट को इन्वेंटिव नहीं माना जाता है। मैं बार बार इसलिए रिपीट कर रही हूँ, आपको लग रहा होगा बार बार एक ही बात बोल रहे हैं, पर सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट पेटेंट सिस्टम की यही है कि नोवेल्टी होनी बहुत जरूरी है और मियर वर्कशॉप इम्प्रूवमेंट नहीं होना चाहिए। एक्चुअल इन्वेंटिव इंजेनिटी, आपका इन्वेंटिव माइंड, you should have applied with your mind, you should have brought something new which already did not exist. Industrial capability I have already explained, anything which we can make in an industry or which a process which we can apply in an industry. So invention, as we just understood, invention means a new product or a process in having inventive step and industrial capability. But there are certain exceptions, कुछ exceptions भी हैं हमारे पेटेंट्स एक्ट में, वो जो कहते हैं कि ऑल्दो नॉवल है, ऑब्वियस है, इन्वेंटिव है, इंडस्ट्रियल एप्लीकेबिलिटी, तब भी हम ग्रांट नहीं करेंगे। वो कुछ एक्सेप्शन जो इम्पोर्टेंट है वो मैं आपको बता रही हूँ। Anything which is previous and obviously contrary to the established laws of nature, कोई चीज जो previous है या existing laws of nature है उनके against कोई अगर invention है, then these inventions are considered not patentable inventions। For example, अगर आपने कोई परपेचुअल मोशन मशीन सपोज बनाई, a machine which gives on 100% input there is a 100% output, तो इस तरीके की मशीन पॉसिबल नहीं है, बिकॉज हम साइंस में फिजिक्स में कहते हैं कि लिव इन अ रियल वर्ल्ड, वी डू नॉट लिव इन एन आइडियल वर्ल्ड। तो रियल वर्ल्ड में 100% इनपुट पे 100% आउटपुट नहीं हो सकते, तो वी कैन नॉट प्रिपेयर अ परपेचुअल मशीन, तो ये प्रीवियस इन्वेंशन कंसीडर किया जाएगा, so it will not be considered as a patentable invention. The second category of exempted non-patentable inventions are inventions whose primary or intended use could be contrary to public order or morality, or which can cause serious prejudice to human class or the environment. For example, किसी ने चोरी करने की कोई apparatus बना लिया, जैसे चोरी करना आसान हो जाए या कोई मेथड डेवलप कर लिया फॉर आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ, या कोई टर्मिनेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, जीन टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट, तो दीज ऑल काइंड्स ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजीज और इन्वेंशंस may cause a health prejudice for human animals or these are against public order. इसलिए such kind of technologies are not considered as patentable technologies. Mere discovery of scientific principle or formulation of an abstract theory or discovery of living or non-living organism is not considered patentable. मतलब आपने merely scientific theory develop कर ली, तो theories are not patentable. Any scientific principle is not patentable. आप उस theory को scientific principle को apply करके कोई product या process बनाए, so that product or process will be applicable, but not the theory. तो कोई कहते कि मैं तो थर्मोडायनामिक्स का मैंने थ्योरी डेवलप कर ली, so that cannot be just theory, that is a theory. उसकी एप्लीकेशन क्या है? थ्योरी की एप्लीकेशन पेटेंटेबल है, but theory as such is not patentable because वो सबके यूज के लिए है। अगर आप लिविंग ऑर्गेनिजम्स या प्लांट्स में से कुछ कंपाउंड एक्सट्रैक्ट कर ले या लिविंग नॉन लिविंग ऑर्गेनिजम्स आप सॉइल से या एनवायरनमेंट में से कहीं से आइसोलेट कर लें या कुछ आइडेंटिफाई करें, all those things are also not considered as patentable. क्यों? क्योंकि वो they were already existing in nature. जो चीज नेचर में एग्जिस्ट करती है, ये लॉ का रूल है. It is a basic law of rule of law that whatever exists in nature is for everybody. वो सबका है, उस पे सबका समान अधिकार है जो नेचर में एग्जिस्ट करता है. तो उस पे पेटेंट नहीं दिया जाएगा. आपने कुछ डिस्कवर किया है, वो सबका है, वो नेचर में एग्जिस्ट करता होगा, बट डिस्कवर नहीं था. पर उसको डिस्कवर करने का प्रोसेस, वो जो प्रोसेस था आपका, अगर आपने कोई प्लांट से कोई कंपाउंड एक्सट्रैक्ट किए, कंपाउंड पे आप पेटेंट, यू विल नॉट गेट a patent on the compound, but the process which we used for extracting those compounds, that process was because that was not a natural process. तो उस प्रोसेस पे आपको पेटेंट मिल सकता है, पर कंपाउंड पे नहीं. ये आप लोगों के फील्ड के लिए सबसे ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट ये वाला पॉइंट है, नियर डिस्कवरी ऑफ न्यू फॉर्म ऑफ अ सब्सटेंस. अगर कोई सब्सटेंस पहले से एग्जिस्ट करता है, तो उसकी न्यू फॉर्म अगर आपने डिस्कवर की है, दैट इज नॉट कंसिडर्ड एज पेटेंटेबल unless you show some enhanced therapeutic efficacy or near discovery of a new property of a known substance. कोई substance already exist करता था, आपने उसकी कोई नई property identify कर ली है, that is not patentable. और new use of a known substance, कोई substance available है और आपने उसको एक पहलू के लिए था known, अब आपने नया use identify कर लिया, that is not patentable. New use of a new process, machine or apparatus is also not patentable unless new process involves at least one new reactant or it results in a new product. तो इसका मतलब बेसिकली ये है कि अगर आपने ऑलरेडी नोन चीज का न्यू मेथड का न्यू फॉर्म या न्यू प्रॉपर्टी या उसका कोई नया यूज आपने आइडेंटिफाई किया है, देन यू नीड टू शो कि ये नया यूज बहुत ही ज्यादा इफेक्टिव है, वो पहले से नोन नहीं था, और अगर इसको यूज करते हैं तो हमें बहुत इनहैंस रिजल्ट मिलेंगे. केमिस्ट्री में जो केमिस्ट्री रिसर्च करते हैं उनके लिए ये इम्पोर्टेंट है. सॉल्ट, एस्टर, ईथर, पॉलीमर, मेटाबोलाइट, प्योर फॉर्म, particle size, isomer, complexes, combinations and derivatives are considered as no substance. इन सब चीजों को हम एक ही सब्सटेंस की अलग अलग वैरायटीज मानते हैं, तो नॉन इसको सेम सब्सटेंस कंसीडर करते हैं. तो अगर किसी ने, if somebody has done near discovery of a new property of a new substance, for example, aspirin is known as known for the treatment of cardiovascular disease, and earlier it was known as an analgesic active ingredient. So नई ये प्रॉपर्टी का पेटेंटेबल नहीं कंसीडर की जाएगी. जैसे किसी ने अभी रिसेंटली नोवार्टिस में कैंसर ड्रग है वीवैक्स करके, सो उसका एक्टिव कंपाउंड है इमैटिनिब मेसाइलेट. सो दे हैड पेटेंटेड इमैटिनिब मेसाइलेट, बट आफ्टर सम टाइम दे सेड कि हमने बीटा फॉर्म ऑफ इमैटिनिब मेसाइलेट बनाया है व्हिच इज मोर इफेक्टिव दैन इमैटिनिब मेसाइलेट. But Supreme Court held that beta form is same as imatinib mesylate, और उसका second patent application reject हो गया. Near use of a known process, अगर आपने already कोई known process apply कर रहे हैं, तो आपका known process should result in a new product, और आप your known process should involve some new reactants. उसमें आपने कुछ नए reactants अगर use किए, then it is considered as patentable. जो सब्सटेंस हम एडमिक्सिंग से बनाते हैं, सब्सटेंसेस obtained by near admixture resulting in aggregation of known properties is not considered as patentable. For example, आपने शुगर और कुछ कलर मिला के अगर आपने कोई ड्रिंक बनाई है, तो it is not considered as patentable because it is a near admixture. If you are using different types of medicines और combination बना रहे हैं, तो this is also considered as an admixture because दो अलग-अलग medicines अपना individually show करते हैं. अगर आप दो ingredients, if you are mixing two ingredients and those ingredients are showing some synergistic effect or a super additive effect, जैसे 2 + 2 4 ना 2 + 2 5 होता है, तो उसको कहते हैं सिनर्जिस्टिक इफेक्ट। तो अगर कोई आपने कॉम्पोजिशन बनाया, ये दो तीन चीजों को मिक्स किया और वो दो तीन चीजें मिक्स होने के बाद सेम इफेक्ट नहीं शो कर रही, कुछ डिफरेंट इफेक्ट शो कर रही है, then it is considered as a synergistic effect which is patentable. एग्जाम्पल्स उसका हम ले सकते हैं सोप, डिटर्जेंट, लुब्रिकेंट और बहुत सारे कॉम्पोजिशन हम कंसीडर करते हैं, मेडिसिन की कॉम्पोजिशन हम कंसीडर करते हैं कि ये पेटेंटेबल कॉम्पोजिशन है।
Next.
रीअरेंजमेंट और डुप्लीकेशन ऑफ नोन डिवाइसेस पेटेंटेबल नहीं होता। इसका मतलब है if I am using two or more separate devices, they should function as a single unit. They should not function as separate units. For example, अगर आपने किसी बकेट में एक टॉर्च फिट कर दी है तो it doesn't become a new invention because बकेट अपना काम कर रही है पानी भरने का और टॉर्च अपना काम कर रही है लाइट देने का। So these are not such kind of inventions are not considered as patentable inventions. All the methods of agriculture and horticulture are prohibited from patent system. This is because India is a country where agriculture is the considered as main occupation. So to provide support to the agriculture industry, all sorts of methods of agriculture and horticulture are exempted from patentability. Any process of medical, surgical, curative, prophylactic, diagnostic, therapeutic, and any other type of treatments of human beings and animals is considered as not patentable. So India में किसी भी तरीके का method of treatment patentable नहीं है। तो अगर आप कह रहे हैं कोई एक मेथड डेवलप किया है फॉर ट्रीटमेंट ऑफ ट्यूमर या मेथड फॉर treatment of cells, so such kind of कोई surgical process है, such kinds of methods are not patentable. यहाँ भी the premise is that method medical facility सबके लिए available होनी चाहिए और देश में बेहतर से बेहतर मेडिकल टेक्नोलॉजी आनी चाहिए, इसलिए methods of treatment exempt कर रहे हैं patentable patent system से। All sorts of plants, animals as whole or their part thereof are considered as non-patentable, but microorganisms are patentable in India. तो अगर आप microorganisms patent करना चाहें वो आप कर सकते हैं, but any type of plant or animal part as a whole or as some part that is not patentable. So आपकी seeds, कोई भी plant varieties and cells, ये सब चीजें आपकी patentable नहीं है। मैथमेटिकल बिजनेस मेथड एंड कंप्यूटर प्रोग्राम करते पेटेंटेबल नहीं है इंडिया में। So therefore schemes and methods of bookkeeping or business method, methods of collection tax, कोई भी मेथड कोई एक्टिविटी परफॉर्म करने के लिए these methods are not patentable. सॉफ्टवेयर पर से इंडिया में पेटेंटेबल नहीं है, but if you combine the software with the hardware in such a manner that the technical effect of the software is reflected on hardware, then you can patent your software along with the hardware as a system. Literary, dramatic, musical, artistic work, aesthetic work are not patentable. These are subject matter of copyright. Most probably you will have a lecture on copyright. Next lecture. So you can understand there about literary, dramatic work, copyright subject matter. Mere schemes for rules for or methods for mental act. Any scheme or rules for doing mental act or playing games are not considered as patentable in India. Presentation of information is not patentable in India. All these come under Copyright Act. Topography of integrated circuit is not patentable in India. For these topography, we have a separate act. दूसरा act है उसके लिए वो वहाँ पेटेंट आप वहाँ रजिस्टर करा सकते हैं। Traditional knowledge or education or duplication of known properties of traditionally known components is not patentable in India. जैसे मैंने अभी थोड़ी देर पहले कहा, which is already known as something which is already there in public, which is used by public, that is not considered as patentable. Therefore, traditional knowledge is also considered as a knowledge of the country, which is known traditionally to people and communities. Therefore, these are not considered as patentable. CSIR has made a traditional knowledge digital library. They have prepared a library of which comprises Ayurveda, Unani, and there are several other traditional knowledges. They have codified it, and they have prepared a DKDL traditional knowledge digital library. So you can refer to that library, and you will understand that what is the traditional knowledge and whether your invention falls under the category of traditional knowledge or not. Any invention which relates to atomic energy is also not considered as a patentable invention. This section is basically for security of the country. Whenever you find any invention in which has something related to atomic energy, Patent Office sends your application to Department of Atomic Energy, seek their approval. And if the Department of Atomic Energy says that your invention should not be granted a patent, then Patent Office will reject your application. So anything which relates to atomic energy is not patentable. So up till now, what I gave you was a brief overview of what patent system is in India, what is patentable and what is not patentable. Now, in the next few slides, I'll explain you what is the process of filing of patents in India and how many patent offices we have. So in India, we basically have 4 patent offices in Delhi, Kolkata, Chennai, and Mumbai. These 4 patent offices cater to 4 regions of the country, like eastern, western, southern, and northern regions. So basically, Mumbai Patent Office receives applications from western region, from the states of Gujarat, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, etc. Delhi Patent Office receives applications from northern region. So if you are staying in Uttar Pradesh, then you will have to file your application at Delhi Patent Office. Chennai Patent Office receives application from southern India, and Kolkata Patent Office receives application from the rest of the country. Yes, sir. So this is a brief overview, diagrammatic view of what is the patent system. I explain each step in the slides ahead, but basically the first step starts from your filing. Agar aapko lagta hai, if you are of the view that you want to file a patent application and obtain a patent, the first step is to go to the patent office and file an application. Then the next step is basically your patent office will publish your application. They will make a publication that such and such person has filed an application relating to this invention. Then the third step is the examination of your patent application. Patent office will examine your application. It will review whether your invention relates to a new subject matter, or it is inventive, or has industrial applicability, whether it falls in an exempted list or not, and then they will issue the patent accordingly. So after examination, there is an examination procedure, and then they start. So basically, these are the stages, मोटी stages हैं जो आपके patent system में मिलेगी आपको. Basically आप पहले search वगैरह करके ये देख लेते हैं कि invention patentable है कि नहीं. Then you file an application, then आपकी application publish होगी, आप examination request file करेंगे, examination report आएगी, फिर आपकी application का आप examination report का reply करेंगे, controller decide करेगा patent grant करना है कि नहीं, and then हर साल आपको 20 साल तक हर साल you will have to pay a maintenance or renewal fee to maintain your patent. ये एक स्पेशल रिक्वायरमेंट है कि क्योंकि आपको मोनोपोली 20 इयर्स की मिली है, इसलिए 20 साल तक आपको हर साल अपने पैटेंट के लिए रिन्यूअल फी पे करनी पड़ेगी. अगर आप रिन्यूअल फी नहीं पे करेंगे तो पैटेंट सीज हो जाएगा. तो अगर आप ये सोच रहे हैं, if you think that you want to file a patent, the first thing which you should do is do a preliminary search. सबसे पहले जैसे आप कोई नया प्रोजेक्ट स्टार्ट करते हैं तो पहले आप लिटरेचर सर्वे करते हैं, लिटरेचर सर्च करते हैं. वैसे ही पैटेंट फाइल करने से पहले आपको एक प्रिलिमिनरी सर्च करनी पड़ेगी, ये देखने के लिए कि क्या जो आपने इन्वेंशन की है वो पहले से नोन है कि नहीं है, किसी ने पहले ऐसा सिमिलर काम किया है कि नहीं. हो सकता है 100% सेम काम नहीं हो, बट सिमिलर कुछ उसी लाइन पे किया हो या मिलता जुलता किसी ने कुछ किया तो नहीं है। सो यू विल हैव टू डू अ पैटेंट प्रिलिमिनरी पैटेंट सर्च। ये कुछ वेबसाइट है, इंडियन पैटेंट ऑफिस की वेबसाइट है, यूएस पेटेंट ऑफिस की, यूरोपियन पैटेंट ऑफिस। इन वेबसाइट पे आप कोई सर्च कर सकते हैं, जैसे आप लिटरेचर सर्वे करते हैं, केमिकल एब्स्ट्रैक्ट, बायोलॉजिकल एब्स्ट्रैक्ट, वो सब एब्स्ट्रैक्ट आप यूज करते हैं, उसी तरह से आप इन वेबसाइट को भी यूज कर सकते हैं। यहाँ से बहुत बहुत रेलिवेंट और बहुत अच्छी इंफॉर्मेशन मिलती है रिगार्डिंग हाउ टेक्नोलॉजी इज ग्रोइंग, कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी बढ़ रही है, किस तरीके के लोग रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, रिसर्च में लोगों ने क्या क्या जो है रिपोर्ट किया है। साइंटिफिक जर्नल की तरह ही पैटेंट जर्नल भी होते हैं, आप उनको भी रिसर्च कर सकते हैं। फिर you can do a research on scientific journals and publication. You can also use your common general knowledge. So yes, three sites you can use these three sites for doing a preliminary research. आपने सर्च कर लिया, आपको आप एकदम you are like clear in your mind, in your head that आपकी इन्वेंशन न्यू है, इनोवेटिव है और इंडस्ट्रियल यूटिलिटी भी है, तो आपने पक्का कर लिया कि अब आपको पेटेंट फाइल करना है। Then the step which becomes important is to write the patent specification. अब आपने इन्वेंशन तो कर ली, पर आपको लिख के भी तो देनी है, पेटेंट ऑफिस की तो रिक्वायरमेंट है that they want 100% disclosure of your invention. तो आप कैसे लिखेंगे? So this is the template for writing the patent specification. Patent specification is basically a technological document. आप जो लिखेंगे वो completely technical होगा, but it requires language to be in a legal format. ये law के अंदर examine होगा, law के अंदर draft होगा, so it has to be written in a technical language. सबसे पहले you will have to use the title, फिर आपको background और अपनी invention का background देना पड़ेगा। मतलब background का मतलब है आपको ये बताना पड़ेगा कि जब आप invention करने की आपने सोची, आप इस चीज से मोटिवेट किया, एक्सिस्टिंग आर्ट क्या था, उस आर्ट का ड्रॉबैक क्या था। एक सेकंड, तो बैकग्राउंड इसलिए इम्पोर्टेंट होता है बताना, ताकि आप अपनी इन्वेंशन की एडवांटेज एक्चुअली बता पाए कि अगर मैंने कोई नया कंपाउंड ड्रग फॉर एग्जाम्पल निकल की, तो मैं ये बता सकती हूँ कि ये डिजीज there is a disease, there is no cure available for this disease. Yeah, there are cures available, but they are not effective cures. वो अच्छी cure नहीं है या अच्छी medicines available नहीं है, उनके side effects ज़्यादा होते हैं। इसलिए there is a requirement for improve a better drug, क्योंकि कोई इन्वेंशन ऐसे ही नहीं हो जाती। हम कहते हैं ना necessity is the mother of invention, तो वो नेसेसिटी बेसिकली हमें बैकग्राउंड बतानी होती है कि व्हाट वाज द रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ डूइंग व्हाई इन्वेंटर मेड दिस इन्वेंशन, ये यूज करने की सोची। तो आप बैकग्राउंड एक्सप्लेन करेंगे, देन यू विल गिव अ समरी ऑन द ऑब्जेक्ट ऑफ योर इन्वेंशन। ऑब्जेक्ट, माय ऑब्जेक्ट ऑफ द इन्वेंशन इज टू प्रोवाइड अ improved drug for treatment of a disease। तो वो ऑब्जेक्ट आपको क्लियर होना चाहिए कि क्यों मैंने ये इन्वेंशन किया है। अगर आपकी कोई मैकेनिकल इन्वेंशन है, कोई ड्राइंग्स है, तो आप ड्राइंग डाल सकते हैं। फिर आपको अपनी इन्वेंशन डिटेल में बतानी पड़ेगी कि आप इन्वेंशन कैसे स्टार्ट होती है और कैसे एंड होती है। इतना डिटेल में यू हैव टू एक्सप्लेन योर इन्वेंशन इन सो मच डिटेल दैट इफ अ पर्सन रीड्स अ पेटेंट डॉक्यूमेंट दे कैन परफॉर्म द इन्वेंशन। जब आप रिसर्च भी करते हैं, in your lab when you do research, you would have often found patent documents जो आप पढ़ के उस तरीके के एक्सपेरिमेंट्स परफॉर्म कर सकते हैं। तो you have to describe your invention in great detail, so much so that you have to provide the best mode of performing the invention। तो आपको इन्वेंशन करने की बेस्ट मेथड भी बताना पड़ेगा वो सब आप एक्सप्लेन करते हैं, एग्जाम्पल एक्सप्लेन करते हैं, ड्राइंग दे रहे हैं, एब्स्ट्रैक्ट देते हैं, एंड द लास्ट
बात नहीं करिए आपस में, और बोल रहे हैं ना, हम तो सुनिए आप, बात नहीं करिए आप।
So the most important and critical part of the patent specification is the claim. Claim is the part for which you are getting the monopoly. जो आपको 20 साल की monopoly patent right मिलेगा, claims में मिलेगा. Claims basically कहते हैं जो हमने invention की है वो. So suppose मैंने if I have made a compound, new compound for treatment of, for example, cardiovascular disease, so I will claim a compound of formula X. और ट्रीट में फिर उसमें फॉर्मूला एक्स मेंशन कर दूंगी मैं, कंपाउंड ऑफ फॉर्मूला एक्स फॉर ट्रीटमेंट ऑफ कार्डियोवैस्कुलर. तो ये मेरा क्लेम है कि मैंने ये इन्वेंशन किया है. अगर इफ सपोज आई हैव मेड डेवलप्ड न्यू मेथड, सो आई विल से कंपाउंड अ मेथड ऑफ प्रिपेयरिंग कंपाउंड ऑफ फॉर्मूला एक्स कंप्राइजिंग द स्टेप्स ऑफ. तो मेरा अगर मेरा इफ माय इन्वेंशन इज इन अ मेथड, सो आई विल से अ मेथड फॉर प्रिपेयरिंग एक्स comprising the steps of one by one, the सारे steps with all the ingredients, all the process parameters, वो explain करूँगी. That will become the claim part, and I will get patent right for the claim part only. Next, who can file a patent application? So any person who is the true and the first inventor of the invention can file a patent application, or his legal assignee का मतलब है, if जैसे आप लोग अगर स्टूडेंट है और you are professors and you are working with the university, so legal assignee is the university, because you are doing that invention, और आपने जो भी research किया, the research or the invention which you are doing is you are paid for it. So आपने commission काम किया है, you are being paid for teaching or and doing research. So the legal assignee becomes the university. So university can file the patent. In that case, you may not file a patent. अगर आपने independent, you have done an independent research, then you are the first inventor and you can directly go and file the patent application. But in case you are employed and you are working for your employee, in that case, the employee becomes the legal assignee filing the patent. So अब patent application भी तैयार हो गई है, we have drafted our patent specification and now we want to file the patent specification. हम कहाँ जाएंगे? जैसे मैंने बताया we have 4 patent offices in India. So as per our jurisdiction, we will go to the patent office and we will file the patent application on form 54. So we can file the patent application at the patent office, and the office will give us a receipt, which we then will call filing receipt, which will have a date of filing. वो आपकी date of filing पे लिखी होगी और एक application number होगा. You will get an application number and a date of filing for in the application which you will file. India follows the rule of first to file. तो इसलिए डेट ऑफ फाइलिंग इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट डेट. जो पहले फाइल करता है उसी का पेटेंट होता है. अगर दोनों if two people have done research on same technology, same invention, the person who will go first and file first will get the patent right. The second person will not get any right on that invention. So most of the countries now follow first to file, but there were previously many countries who used to have a first to invent. USA was one of them, but now they have also changed to first to file. Yes. So in India we can file like we file a first application, and because India is a member of many other conventions and international treaties, we can also file application in foreign countries also. So within 12 months time from our first Indian filing, we can file applications in foreign countries also. इंडिया में पैटेंट एप्लीकेशन फाइल करने के लिए डॉक्यूमेंट्स चाहिए होते हैं सर. सबसे पहले हमें चाहिए होता है फॉर्म 1, which is also called application form. Then अगर हम प्रोविजनल एप्लीकेशन फाइल कर रहे हैं या कंप्लीट स्पेसिफिकेशन फाइल कर रहे हैं, that is required on form 2. तो अब वहाँ पे आपकी स्पेसिफिकेशन होगी जो आपने टेक्निकल फॉर्मेट में लिखी है। देन वी रिक्वायर ड्राइंग्स, अगर आपकी क्वेश्चन को ड्राइंग से आप एक्सप्लेन करना चाहते हैं तो ड्राइंग्स होनी चाहिए। देन देयर आर अदर सच एज फॉर्म फाइल, अगर आप कोई लॉयर इंगेज कर रहे हैं या लॉयर एजेंट इंगेज कर रहे हैं, यू विल हैव पावर ऑफ अथॉरिटी टू द एजेंट। अगर आपकी बाकी आप छोड़ सकते हैं। फॉर्म 3 अगर आपने एप्लीकेशन फाइल की है तो आपको एक दूसरी पे फॉरेन कंट्री की एप्लीकेशन की डिटेल देनी पड़ेगी। इंडिया में फी इन पैटर्न पे होती है बेसिकली फॉर, अगर आपकी एप्लीकेशन हैज 30 पेजेस एंड 10 claims, then you will have to pay 8,000 rupees for university, हाँ 8,000 फॉर लार्ज एंटिटी। अगर आप यूनिवर्सिटी है या इंडिविजुअल है या कोई स्टार्टअप है, then your fees will be 1,600। तो in our patent act में फी एंटिटी के स्टेटस के हिसाब से है। अगर इंडिविजुअल फाइल कर रहा है तो 1,600 में एप्लीकेशन फाइल रहेगी। अगर कोई बड़ी कंपनी फाइल कर रही है तो उन्हें 8,000 रुपीज फी पे करनी पड़ेगी। तो जैसे अभी मैंने कहा था, आफ्टर फाइलिंग ऑफ योर एप्लीकेशन विल बी पब्लिश्ड, बट दिस पब्लिकेशन विल टेक प्लेस ओनली आफ्टर 18 months। For 18 months आपकी एप्लीकेशन 18 महीने तक पेटेंट ऑफिस में पड़ी रहेगी, और जैसे बोलते हैं सरकारी दफ्तर में नहीं खाती रहेगी, कुछ नहीं होगा, रखी रहेगी। 18 months के बाद एप्लीकेशन विल बी पब्लिश्ड इन द ऑफिशियल जर्नल ऑफ पेटेंट ऑफिस। पेटेंट ऑफिस हर हफ्ते हर फ्राइडे को एक जर्नल पब्लिश करते हैं अपनी वेबसाइट पे। उस पेटेंट ऑफिस की वेबसाइट है, उस पे एक सेक्शन है जर्नल करके, वहां हर हफ्ते जर्नल अपडेट होते हैं, और उस जर्नल में न्यू एप्लीकेशन जिनको 18 महीने कंप्लीट हो जाते हैं वो पब्लिश कर दी जाती है। ये पब्लिकेशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, क्यों? क्योंकि इस पब्लिकेशन के बाद पूरी दुनिया के लिए आपकी इन्वेंशन ओपन कर दी गई। अभी तक 18 महीने तक कुछ नहीं हो रहा था, नथिंग वाज हैपनिंग इन योर एप्लीकेशन। अभी इन्वेंटर को लगता भी है, एप्लीकेंट को, कि हमारी एप्लीकेशन में तो कुछ हुआ ही नहीं है, कुछ हो ही नहीं रहा, बट अब सारी एक्टिविटी स्टार्ट हो जाएगी पब्लिकेशन होने के बाद। एक बार एप्लीकेशन पब्लिश हो जाती है और वो साइकिल स्टार्ट हो जाता है, अब एक टेबल से दूसरे टेबल फाइल मूव करना शुरू हो जाएगी। तो once the application gets published, it is open to public। अगर आप 18 महीने तक नहीं रुकना चाहते, in case you feel that you want an early patent and you do not want to wait for 18 months, you can file a request for expedited publication। आप पेटेंट ऑफिस में एक फॉर्म फाइल कर सकते हैं और उनसे कह सकते हैं कि आप हमारी एप्लीकेशन जल्दी से पब्लिश कर दें, तो वो 1 महीने के अंदर आपकी एप्लीकेशन पब्लिश कर सकते हैं। Once your application gets published, now the next step is to keep the ball rolling। आप अपनी फाइल को आगे आगे मूव कराने के लिए you will have to file a request for examination। आपको एक फॉर्म फाइल करना पड़ेगा, जैसे हम फॉर्म 18 बोलते हैं। आपको रिक्वेस्ट करनी पड़ेगी पेटेंट ऑफिस से कि आप अब हमारी एप्लीकेशन को एग्जामिन कर लें और ये चेक कर लें कि वेदर हमारा इन्वेंशन इज पेटेंटेबल और नॉट, और उसको आगे ग्रांट कर दें। तो वो एग्जामिनेशन का द प्रोसेस ऑफ एग्जामिनेशन विल स्टार्ट विद फाइलिंग ऑफ द रिक्वेस्ट फॉर एग्जामिनेशन। तो जब आप रिक्वेस्ट फाइल करेंगे तब ही ये प्रोसेस स्टार्ट होगा एग्जामिनेशन का। तो यू कैन फाइल अ रिक्वेस्ट फॉर एग्जामिनेशन विद इन 48 months फ्रॉम योर फाइलिंग डेट। आप अपने जिस दिन आपने अपनी एप्लीकेशन फाइल की है उसके 4 साल के अंदर अंदर आप कभी भी ये रिक्वेस्ट फाइल कर सकते हैं। लेकिन इफ यू वांट that an expedited early patent should be granted, then you should file a request for examination very quickly. You should not wait for the completion of 4 years time. So this is the process of examination. If you have filed a request for examination, if you have filed a request for examination, patent office issue a first examination report। जो मैंने first office action लिखा है, इसको फर्स्ट पेटेंट ऑफिस की लैंग्वेज में इसको बोलते हैं फर्स्ट एग्जामिनेशन रिपोर्ट या SER। तो पेटेंट ऑफिस SER इशू करता है बेसिकली, और उसमें बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस होते हैं। मैं अभी नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में आपको एक्सप्लेन कर दूंगी। SER के 6 महीने के अंदर अंदर हमें रिप्लाई फाइल करना होता है। अगर हम 6 महीने में नहीं कर पा रहे, वी कैन टेक एन एक्सटेंशन ऑफ 3 months। तो टोटल 9 months में हमें को अपना रिप्लाई फाइल करना चाहिए। तो एग्जामिनेशन रिपोर्ट में मैं बोल रही हूँ FER फर्स्ट एग्जामिनेशन रिपोर्ट आती है, उसमें बेसिकली देयर आर ऑब्जेक्शन ऑफ 2 टाइप्स, फॉर्मल ऑब्जेक्शंस होते हैं और सब्सटैंटिव ऑब्जेक्शंस होते हैं। फॉर्मल ऑब्जेक्शंस आर बेसिकली चेक कि आपने सारे फॉर्म्स प्रॉपर्ली फाइल किए हैं, आपकी स्पेसिफिकेशन फॉर्मेट में प्रॉपर फॉर्मेट में फाइल किए हैं, कि फॉर्मल रिक्वायरमेंट सेट करते हैं। Substantive objections are basically patent office will check whether your invention is novel or not, whether your invention is inventive or not. कोई पेटेंटेबल ऐसा सब्जेक्ट मैटर तो नहीं है जो मैंने पीछे एक्सप्लेन किया था कि नॉन पेटेंटेबल सब्जेक्ट मैटर जो अलाउ नहीं होता, या इफ यू हैव सफिशिएंटली डिफाइंड एक्सप्लेन योर इन्वेंशन और नॉट प्रॉपर्ली एग्जांपल्स दिए हैं, लेबल किया है या नहीं, या इफ एप्लीकेशन में आपने 2-3 इन्वेंशन डाल दी है, क्योंकि वन पैटेंट इज फॉर वन इन्वेंशन, तो आपकी एप्लीकेशन में एक से ज्यादा इन्वेंशन नहीं होनी चाहिए। There should not be multiplicity of invention. One patent is granted for one invention only. So अगर आपने सारे requirement, if you reply to the first examination report properly and satisfy the controller, in that case the controller will grant your application, and your application, your patent will be granted for 20 years. These are from the date of your एप्लीकेशन, जिस दिन आपने एप्लीकेशन फाइल की थी उससे 20 साल काउंट होंगे, जिस दिन ग्रांट हुई है उससे 20 साल आगे नहीं काउंट होंगे। तो आपने अगर एप्लीकेशन 2020 में फाइल की थी और अगर आपकी एप्लीकेशन आज सपोज 24 में ग्रांट होती है, तो आपको राइट द टर्म ऑफ योर पैटेंट विल बी फ्रॉम 2020 एंड इट विल एक्सपायर इन 2040। तो जैसे मैंने पहले बताया था, the rights of a patentee is basically to exclude other people. इसीलिए IPR या पैटेंट राइट्स को नेगेटिव राइट बोलते हैं, क्योंकि ये एक्सक्लूड करने के होते हैं कि दूसरे लोग नहीं यूज कर सके। हम तो कर लेंगे यूज, बट हम दूसरों को रोकना चाहते हैं। So basically it is an exclusive right to prevent other people, unauthorized people from making, using, offering for sale, selling, importing the product in India। और अगर आपकी इन्वेंशन प्रोसेस में है तो any product which is obtained from that process, उसको आप जो है प्रिवेंट कर सकते हैं अनऑथराइज्ड लोगों। जैसे मैंने अभी बताया, टर्म ऑफ पैटेंट इज 20 years from the date of filing of your application। मेंटेनेंस जैसे मैंने अभी कुछ देर पहले बताया था, once your patent is granted you have to pay renewal fee or maintenance fee every year, and if you will not pay this fee then the patent will cease। और यही है बस अभी तो फिलहाल, फिर रेस्टोर करना हो एक अलग मुश्किल काम हो जाता है। तो इट्स बेटर इफ यू हैव obtained a patent, always keep a note of the date of your payment of renewal fee so that you pay your renewal tax। So how can you use your patent? You can basically commercialize your patent application by either you can use it for yourself, आप उसको खुद ही commercialize कर लें, या आप लाइसेंस दे दें, क्रॉस लाइसेंस दे दें। अपने कॉम्पिटिटर्स के लिए आप ब्लॉक कर सकते हैं टेक्नोलॉजी, अपनी एक रेपुटेशन क्रिएट कर सकते हैं। और अगर आप कुछ ना चाहें तो पेपर पेटेंट की तरह आप उसको कुछ भी ना करें, पड़े रहने दें, बट इन दैट केस यू विल हैव नो बेनिफिट फ्रॉम द पैटेंट। थैंक यू सो मच। आई होप यू हैव अंडरस्टूड।
Thank you, ma'am, for such a meticulous and comprehensive lecture. I hope students will take note of all the requirements, basic requirements. At least they might have understood what actually is patent. Now, I would like to request our dean sir to facilitate Mrs. Vidisha Garg.
लिंक करा ठीक है
Now that we are acquainted with the significance of patent and patent filing for innovative products, let's explore some more possibilities of invention, innovation, and novelty in the realm of functional lifestyle products. To introduce and enlighten us on the industrial design and technological interventions for Sri Anand-based functional lifestyle products, we have with us Dr. Nitin Mehta, Associate Professor, Department of LPD, Goa, Garhwal, Ludhiana. Sir is a graduate in veterinary science from CSTUP, Hisar, with gold medal for excellence in academics. He completed his master's in LPD from IJRI and PhD from Lucknow, Hisar. He has worked as an assistant professor TAF at Lucknow and later joined Garhwal, Ludhiana. And he is presently working as an associate professor in the same department. His major area of research are quality control of livestock products involving encapsulation technologies and biodegradable packaging solutions. He has also been involved in development and dissemination of adoptable technologies for value addition of livestock products for entrepreneurship development among youth. So far, he has been associated with more than 18 transfer technologies. Sir has been bestowed with many awards, including Best Teacher and Researcher Award of the University, Young Scientist Award. He has also been awarded as member of prestigious National Academy of Veterinary Sciences, Associate Fellow of National Academy of Dairy Sciences. He has published more than 60 international and national research papers and has recently been listed among world's top 2 scientists in the food science sector in the ranking released by Stanford University, California. Please welcome Dr. Nitin Mehta.
Very good afternoon. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
A very good afternoon to one and all. It's my prime privilege to be present here, presenting in front of you on the topic that has been assigned to me. I'm really very thankful to the Dean, College of Veterinary Science, Dr. Rajiv Singh, Dr. VP Singh, Dr. Akhilesh, and Dr. Pramila. And the topic that has been assigned to me, on which I would like to discuss and would like to, throw some light on that one, is industrial design and technological interventions for Shriyan-based functional livestock products. It is a very unique topic because nowadays, as we are understanding that there is a lot of movement and there is a lot of impetus that is being given to Shriyan products. And this particular thing, yeah. Sorry, I think I was disconnected in between. I was emphasizing that Shriyan or millets are the group of small grain cereal food crops which are highly nutritious, and they are grown under marginal or low fertile conditions. And it is one of the oldest foods which are known to humans. Nowadays, there is much impetus on the millets, but this is one of the oldest food that is being consumed by the humankind. Because of the efforts of Government of India, the United Nations General Assembly has declared year 2023 as the International Year of Millets. And it was a proposal which was put forth by our country only, because our country is basically a largest producer and second largest exporter of millets, which is famously known as nowadays Shriyan. This was a term which was given during the presentation of the budget by Finance Minister, calling it as a Shriyan, which is a very pious thing to say. It is basically a generic term that includes many small grain species, which is belonging to the grass family of Poaceae or Germany. And there are basically three types of millets. Just to give a brief introduction about the millets, one is major millets, minor millets, and there is another category called as pseudo millets. Three types of major millets are sorghum, pearl millet, and finger millet. Sometimes this foxtail millet, which I have included here in the minor millets, is also being covered in the major millets. So it is a kind of a discrepancy that happens with the foxtail millets, but in general, foxtail millets is considered as a minor millet. Minor millet includes foxtail, kodo, barnyard, little, and proso millets, whereas pseudo millets include amaranth and buckwheat. As we look around the India's millet map, we can visualize very easily that the millets, they are being grown in all the leading states of our country. Rajasthan is topping the chart, followed by Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, and Maharashtra. Looking at the millet map of the world, as you can see, India is leading the troop. But one question is, India's millet production is giving a slump in the recent years. And this is the reason why the central government is pushing that the millet production should be increased. Its utilization should be increased in the form of value-added commodities. No doubt, we are supplying around 41 to 45% of the total millet production in the world. But still, as we are having lot of potential, there is a need that the government policies should be designed in a way that they can harness this potential very well. Why there is so much push and pull on the millets? Because they possess unique nutritional characteristics. They are having complex carbohydrate, dietary fiber, and they are known sources of phenolic compounds which have medicinal properties. And they are very good source of micronutrients, minerals, and vitamins. They are given a term called as nutri-cereals nowadays, on the same line of nutraceuticals. You must have heard about nutraceuticals, some of the components of the food which are having pharmaceutical properties. So some of the cereals which are having such kind of magical properties, millet are put in that particular slot. If we just look at what are the different features as far as medical health or as well as human health is concerned, we came to know, or we can understand very well, that it is basically required for the control of many diseases, such diseases like cancer, boosting the immune system, celiac diseases. It is considered as a superfood, and it is beneficial in detoxifying the body, lowering the bad cholesterol level, help to boost the blood sugar level flow, and reducing the blood pressure. And as we know that a lot of issues are happening around in the world in which gluten allergy is being reported nowadays. So this particular millet, that is very beneficial in countering that particular thing also. Now it helps in protecting the heart diseases, helps to optimize kidney, liver, and immune system, eliminates problems which are associated with the sedentary lifestyle, and helps in the weight loss also because of all the good things which are present in it, low in calories, rich antioxidant, detoxification, and whatnot. So millets are considered as the backhouse of such kind of nutrients, and it is a very fortunate thing that our country is a major producer of this particular nutracereals. And if we just look at, these are the different characteristics of millets. It's just for your knowledge that how that particular kodo millet look like, how the little millet look like, how the finger millet look like. And the one beautiful thing is that it is considered as the grain of the poor because it can survive in any of the arid and semi-arid conditions. It does not require much of water and it is very, very easy to grow. Now, when we are pushing that we should increase the millet productivity and we should utilize these millets for the value addition of the products, particularly livestock products, we should understand what are the market dynamics. Until and unless there is no market growth of any commodity, it is not necessary and it is not of any use that we start pushing so much policy frameworks on it. So when we look at the market insight, we can find that the CAGR, compounded annual growth rate of millet, is around 4.5 to 4.7%, which is a very appreciable good rate. Because globally now the people are becoming aware day by day that it is having good amount of nutrition, and so packet of nutrition can be supplied to them at very, very less cost. So having a look at the nutritional profile, we can see that the millets, they are very good source of protein. They are very good source of minerals, dietary fiber, calcium, phosphorus, energy, niacin, thiamine, all those nutrients for which the particularly Indian population is getting deficient day by day because we are more relying on the processed foods nowadays. When we compare it with, say, rice and wheat, we can see that, as far as protein is concerned, the protein is appreciable. And sometimes in foxtail as well as in proso, you can see the protein content is more. As far as carbohydrates is concerned, paddy rice is more, having higher concentration of carbohydrate, which is associated with high energy input and leading to problems like obesity and cardiovascular disease. Because you understand, if a product is having high carbohydrate level, ultimately that is going to increase the body weight of that particular person also. As far as dietary fiber is concerned, it is having a very good amount of dietary fiber. For example, if you just look at paddy rice as well as wheat, very less amount of dietary fiber is there. Dietary fiber is associated with a lot of problems. Deficiency of dietary fiber is associated with a lot of problems in the human health. And the human body that cannot digest good amount of dietary fiber, but it provides a bulk to the stool, leading to decreasing the incidence of constipation, which is a basic root of so many diseases in the human body. Just having the look at the nutrient composition, we can easily make it out that how this particular millets, they are far better than that of the conventional cereal and grains that we are consuming. That's why the holistic overview of Sri Ann is most important. And even FSSAI has invested a lot of efforts in developing and devising the standards for these millets so that a kind of a uniformity can be maintained. Because until and unless you are not having standards for such kind of commodities, you cannot use it for value addition and development of certain kind of products. Because all the concentration of the very key nutrients, they will be differing from millet to millet. So such kind of efforts are being invested by the government agencies. When we understand that we have to develop the food products or functional food products from the millets, so we should understand the millet and human health interactome approach. Nowadays, just devising the functional food will not serve any purpose. We should understand how that food matrix is going to behave. A food microstructure, how it is going to change, how it is going to alter as a physical spatial domain, how it is going to interact with the other nutrients which we people are consuming. And the fact is, this millet-based complex food matrices, they help the individuals to attain the nutritional benefit because of the intricate and the unique digestive properties. It can be easily understood from this particular picture, in which it is being shown how that particular millet-based food is producing changes in the body, right? Ingestion of this millet-based food, as it contains a lot of things, like it is shown in point B, that it is having starch, it is having proteins, it is having minerals, it is having lipids. Starch is made up of amylopectin and amylose, phytic acid and phenols, which are a key feature of these millets. As soon as it is ingested in the body, it is going to break down into such kind of amylose and amylopectin. So the impediment of the starch degradation by certain enzymes called as carbohydrates. This is a carbohydrate here, and it is going to cause the impediment of the starch degradation. and due to complex formation between the starch and lipid molecules. So such starch lipid molecules, they are going to get break. Similarly, here, that particular thing is going to get broken down and the complex formation between starch and protein is going to go for. The lipases and proteases, they are going to act and they are going to produce degrade lipids and proteins, which will help in increasing the starch degradation. As we understand from the veterinary science, we understand that the starch is a very complex thing to get digested. So until and unless we are not having certain components which are aiding in increasing the starch digestion, there is no point in including these components in development of the functional food. So it is imperative that we should understand the mechanism by which it is going to go for. Now you can easily see this particular phenols that is going to bind with the phytic acid and that is aiding in the increase in the minerals absorption. Similarly, all that particular thing, lipid absorption is decreased to a great extent. That's why these nutrients, they are causing a decrease in the weight or are aiding in the weight loss because the fat absorption is curtailed to a great extent. Looking at this particular gut profile, we can easily find it out that this particular hydrolysis of the millet starch into glucose by alpha amylase take place in the intestine, right? So we understand that there are certain, glucose transporters. How this particular millet-based foods, if we are developing a millet-based lassi, if we are developing a millet-based, paneer, if we are ragi flour-based chicken meat product, if we are consuming that, how that will help in decreasing the blood glucose level? It's the game of the phenolic compounds which are present in it. It is the game of the polyphenols which are present in it. So hydrolysis of a millet starch will be taken by the alpha amylase. So that particular alpha amylase, this is alpha amylase, right? So what it will do, it will break this particular starch and it will get converted into glucose. Now this glucose has to go into that particular basolateral membrane. It has to pass into the basal particular membrane. So it is done by SGLUT, which is known as sodium coupled glucose transporter. And then from the apical membrane by GLUT, you might have read about it, right? GLUT, that is glucose transporters. So what happens? The binding of the polyphenols, here it is shown, hence polyphenols are there, right? So these polyphenols do what? They bind with the starch and they bind with the alpha amylase. So what happens? That it is not going to get converted into glucose. When it is not going to get converted into glucose, there is nothing which can pass through this basolateral membrane. So sometimes these polyphenols also attach to GLUT and SG-GLUT. So there is no transportation of the glucose through this particular membrane. When there is no transportation of the glucose, there is no absorbance. There is no absorbance, there is no increase in the blood level of the glucose. So whatsoever is present, that is going out in the fecal matter. That's why the glucose absorption is curtailed and the glucose levels are controlled. It is one of the most important things while developing the functional foods. Because when we say it is functional food, we should know what basic mechanism, by which basic mechanism these things are going to act. Similarly, when we look at the food matrix components and the functional properties of millet food products, we conclude or we can find out that there is so much interaction with the fatty acid complexes and the protein that produces such kind of miraculous components which help in aiding the digestion also. So looking at what could be the scope of value addition and the development of functional products from millet. Now we have understood that how that particular nutrigenomically it is going to alter. But what could be the scope? When we look at this particular scope, we found that mostly it is baked, extruded, and some kind of puffed product which are being developed by using millets. When we talk about functional livestock products, it's very, very new thing which is right now. Particularly in milk, they are being used in a very small amount. But as far as meat is concerned, it is still exploring the application part. So while using the millets, we should understand what are the processing technologies of millet. Because if we have to use it for functional livestock products, we should understand how we are going to process it. There are traditional processing ways like threshing, winnowing, dehulling, soaking, germination, blanching, popping, blasting, roasting. You must have heard about that, popped millets, right? But these things are having sequentially different effects on the different components of the food. For example, when you are doing popping of the millets, it increases the protein content, but it decreases the dietary fiber content and decreases the fat content. So while using such kind of traditional methodologies, we should understand which particular part of that millet we are going to utilize. If we are relying on protein content, we should not use any kind of method which is going to decrease the protein content. For example, extrusion. Extrusion is going to put the protein content down of the millets. Roasting, that is going to bring the protein content down. Milling, that is going to go to, taking the protein content down. So if you are processing the food, including millet, and if you are relying or banking upon the protein content, you should not adopt these technologies. Here is a different, approach for these technologies. That's why with the period of time, with the passage of time, new technologies have come up. Thermal as well as non-thermal technologies for millet, processing. And it is having a different mechanism for that. For example, in thermal technologies like microwave technology, infrared technology, ohmic heating, that is there. In case of non-thermal technology, use of ozone, use of cold plasma, ionizing radiation, such kind of the things are coming into the market. And the non-thermal technology in the millets, that is having a more wider domain, because by the use of ozone, cold plasma, irradiation, ultrasonication, high pressure, fermentation, even the mechanical grinding, that is a non-thermal technique. So mechanically controlled and thermocoupled induced non-thermal techniques, they are getting more wider acceptance day by day. We are basically concerned with the nutrients which are present in the millets while processing them. Because if these nutrients are getting degraded and somehow we include millets into the livestock products, they are not going to exert any kind of the positive effect on that. So we can easily compare the thermal and the non-thermal processing, in which the thermal processing causes low protein solubility, altered protein functionality, increase in the beta content of beta sheet content. You understand, when there is increase in the beta plated structure, the absorbance of that particular protein will go down. Even the content of that protein will go down. Essential amino acid will go down. Essential number of, amount of quanta of essential amino acid will go down. On the contrary, in the non-thermal processing, there will be high functionality of these protein. The protein percentage can also increase, and the alteration as far as structure of protein is concerned, that will be minimal. That's what we need from the millets particularly, that when we are going to include it into the functional products, we should understand that there should not be alteration of the structure. If the alteration happens, the protein from the millet will not be able to conglomerate and bind with the protein of your livestock product. So there is no point in including that. That's why nowadays non-thermal proteins or non-thermal treatment, that is increasing day by day. When we look at the millet-based food products, we totally understand now that the basic products are carbohydrate based. Means you have breads, you have flours, you have dosa, you have idli, you have flakes, you have vermicelli, you have pops, you have cakes, you have cookies, you have confectionaries, you have traditional snacks are there, you have instant breakfast mixtures are there. That means some of the application or most of the application are at the level of cereal and grains only. These are the commercial based products at the global level. If you just have a look on that, you will understand that there are puffs, waffles, dosas, vermicelli, cookies, khichdi, atta, it's all there. But when it comes to livestock products, it becomes a big question on that. Why the livestock products are not coming in this list? Is there something wrong with that, or we are not putting much effort into it? So basically millets की जो incorporation है वो chapatis में हो रही है, biscuits में हो रही है, खिचड़ी में हो रही है, muffins में हो रही है, cookies में हो रही है, breads में हो रही है. बट जब बात आएगी फंक्शनल लाइवस्टॉक प्रोडक्ट्स की, तो वहां पे हमारे पास बहुत कम प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जिसमें मिलेट्स की इनकॉर्पोरेशन हो रही है. इसका रीजन क्या है? इसका रीजन है कि हमारे पास जो प्रोडक्ट्स बनेंगे फंक्शनल लाइवस्टॉक बेस्ड, वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ कंपोजिट प्रोडक्ट बना पाएंगे हम. For example, composite dairy products and composite meat products. In case of composite dairy products, you are having certain sources of the milk, like you have buttermilk, you have whey, you have caseins, you have condensed milk, you have fermented milk. And in that, some of the non-dairy sources, they can be added easily. And millets are giving one of the most important alternative. And later on, such kind of products can be developed, like traditional products, dairy products can be developed, like ragi-based kheer can be developed, like ragi-based payasam can be developed, like complementary foods can be developed, extruded milk-based snacks can be developed, custards can be developed, dairy products in which you are having herbs along with that millets that can be developed. It's a relatively very new area. You will not find so many candidates in the market which are having, millets in that. That's why the research is now pushing that we should go for millet-based livestock products, millet-based functional livestock products. And a lot of work is nowadays is putting momentum, is gaining momentum, like development of millet-based yogurt powder that has been done, finger millet lassi, ragi malt paneer. Such kind of research is now going up, and millet and milk-based beverages, they are now gaining momentum. They are coming in the market. Lot of startups are being started now, in which the combination of millets along with milk that is being done. It's a very, very easy technology, by the way, that in which you are going to coarsely ground this millet. You're going to mix it with the addition of water. Then you are going to filter it. Then you are going to stir it and mix with the double toned milk. There is a specific reason that high fat milk is not used in the drinks. As you understand, that you might have read also, that in drinks particularly, the fat percentage has to go down. And it is because of the fact that it is not going to conglomerate very well. It is not going to adapt very well. And secondly, you need to have a kind of, alternative mechanism for value addition of toned milk and double toned milk also, skimmed milk also, so that the farmers can fetch good amount of money out of it. After that, addition of sugar is there, then preheating, homogenization, bottling, pasteurization. So this is the technology, which is the basic technology that is being used, in which the millet and the skim milk that is mixed together, and by using some kind of processing technologies, such kind of beverages are being developed. And if you just look at what a study which was carried out in 2019, it has shown that the drink which was developed, it is low in fat, cholesterol, and lactose as compared to the normal milk. The sensory acceptability is very good, and the overall cost that is for the development of this drink, which is serving around 200 ml, is only 10 rupees. And if a person who is developing such kind of things, and if he's serving that particular 200 ml at the cost of 20 rupees, you can imagine it's a profit margin of 100%. So that's why new models are coming up day by day. Even the leading, organizations like NDRI is also boosting it. They have developed a variant called as Bajra Lassi. And finger millet lassi is also available. There is, you called as Jamun Lassi with little millet, that is available. And as you can see, Ragi Lassi, it's a heritage group which is producing Ragi Lassi. So you can understand that the mixture of milk with that of the millets is now, it's a hot cake. It's selling like a hot cake. For example, the Bajra Lassi was having very high sensory acceptability, just comparable to your normal lassi. And you are getting good things of Bajra in it. So functional livestock products basically target that you are absorbing all those nutrients which are required for the normal growth and development of your body at a very less cost. And it is having a health promoting effect. Side by side, it is motivating the farmers to produce such kind of the grains, which is basically the need of our nowadays. As you can see, ice creams, millet-based ice creams are coming up, right? So kulfis that is being drafted, or that is being designed, and such kind of ice creams made up of millets, that is having this is dairy free and lactose free, 100% vegan, low in calorie, low in fat, and zero cholesterol. That is the USP of such kind of products, and it is being sold at a very good price. So all those persons who are health conscious, they can also enjoy the ice cream along with the millet. Means they are not going to have all that harm which was with the consumption of the regular ice cream. So this is what a functional food product is. That's what it can change the game for you. Along with the fortification or enrichment of the milk with the millets, there is something which we need to concentrate on. It's the millet milk. as people are very conscious nowadays. So they are putting so much efforts in getting an alternative milk sources. Like you have soya milk in the market, you have almond milk, you have coconut milk. Similarly, a trending is nowadays is millet milk. This millet milk is further converted into millet milk powder, and some of the flavors are added into it so that the kids, they can really enjoy it. So you can see that this is a specifically designed millet milk powder for the kids, in which the flavor has been added. Now, why to go for millet milk powder? What millet milk powder has extra as compared to your dairy milk as well as your coconut milk, which is an alternative thing which we have discussed in this particular study? In 2019, a study inferred out that it contains much more protein, 3 times more protein than the dairy milk, this particular millet milk powder, and 4.5 times more protein than coconut milk, 1.7 times lesser fat. And when it is compared in the energy, you can understand that it is having higher energy and comparable level of carbohydrate. That means all the positive things are there in this particular thing, millet milk powder or millet milk, as compared to the dairy milk. It is having high crude fiber also. Milk is basically devoid of crude fiber. Now this millet milk, it is having a crude fiber. Owing to its mineral content, it is also giving a high ash content. That means this particular milk is much more comparable. If we just compare with that of the dairy source, it is having much higher amount of protein, much lesser fat, higher level of energy, higher level of crude fiber, and higher level of mineral. That's what is being propagated, and that should be propagated to boost this particular commodity amongst the masses, because it's until unless it is not having a kind of a global reach, then till then this particular industry is not going to get wings for sure. Now this is about the milk that we have discussed, but when it comes to millet and meat interface, that it is something alarming in the sense that it is being used as an extender only. As you can understand that while formulating the meat products, we are using many carbohydrate sources. We are using refined wheat flour. We are using maida. We are using the broken soya. We are using certain other kind of binders in it or extenders in it. Instead of that, if we can use millets as an extender in the meat products, that can do the wonders. Wonders in the term of health benefits, wonders in the terms of technological inputs also. Because these extenders, these binders help in increasing the yield of the product. For example, a person who is developing a meat product, if he is getting a yield of say 80 grams by the regular use of binders, if we can use millets as a binder in it, a slight increase can be anticipated, right? Along with that, that particular product can be marked and tagged as gluten-free product. Because as you understand, refined wheat flour is also containing gluten. Gluten allergy is the new thing in our country. It was not like कि gluten की जो allergy है वो पहले नहीं होती थी. Nowadays it is being diagnosed very well. तो आप देखेंगे जो population है वो अच्छी खासी है. Around 15% हमारे जो population है, one or other form वो gluten की allergy से suffer कर रही है. सीलियक डिजीज से सफर कर रही है, एंड उसको सबसे ज्यादा रेमेडी दी जाती है, उनको सबसे ज्यादा सलाह ये दी जाती है कि आप जिंदगी भर इसको अवॉइड करिए. सो यू मस्ट हैव सीन सम ऑफ द पीपल, दे आर नॉट कंज्यूमिंग व्हीट चपातीज, वो चपाती नहीं खा सकते हैं. तो उसके केस में क्या है, उसके केस में ये मिलेट्स हैं वो सेवियर बन के काम कर सकते हैं उनके लिए. सो एक ऑल्टरनेटिव प्रोवाइड किया जा सकता है. सो सेम कैन बी टैग्ड इन द मीट प्रोडक्ट ऑल्सो. उस मीट प्रोडक्ट को आप ग्लूटेन फ्री मीट प्रोडक्ट या ग्लूटेन फ्री मिल्क प्रोडक्ट भी टारगेट कर सकते हो. आप बोल सकते हो कि जो मीट प्रोडक्ट है इसमें किसी तरह का कोई भी ग्लूटेन प्रोटीन नहीं होगा जो आपके अंदर एडवर्स कोई रिएक्शन कॉज कर सके. मिलेट्स जो है वो एक सोर्स ऑफ एंटीऑक्सीडेंट्स भी हैं. As we understand that because of the stressful conditions nowadays, free radicals body के अंदर बहुत ज्यादा develop हो जाते हैं. So we are looking for such products which can provide you a good source of antioxidant. That's why you are relying on so many pharmaceutical preparations also. In the young age also, you are consuming so many things. So अगर उस चीज के अंदर हम एक प्रोडक्ट में एक ऐसा कंपोनेंट डालते हैं जिसके अंदर हाई अमाउंट ऑफ एंटीऑक्सीडेंट्स हैं, दैट टू नेचुरल एंटीऑक्सीडेंट, एज वी कैन सी जस्ट डिस्कस इन द पिक्चर आल्सो हाउ दैट पर्टिकुलर फिनोलिक कंपाउंड्स कैन डू वंडर्स इनसाइड योर बॉडी। इंसुलिन की सिक्रीशन को मॉड्यूलेट कर सकता है, ग्लूकोज की एब्जॉर्प्शन को मॉड्यूलेट कर सकता है, जो मिनरल्स हैं उनकी एनहांस्ड एब्जॉर्प्शन कर सकता है, बाइलेयर से फैट की एब्जॉर्प्शन को घटा सकता है। सो देयर आर गुड थिंग्स व्हिच कैन हैपन विद दीस पर्टिकुलर कमोडिटीज। सो इनको इनकॉर्पोरेट करके using them as a source of antioxidant, we can decrease the lipid oxidation also. As you keep the meat for a long period of time, there is a problem that oxidation of the fat occurs in it. That's why some stale smell can come out, and moreover, it is unacceptable. That's why हम artificial antioxidants का उसमें यूज करते हैं। ठीक है, अगर एंटीऑक्सीडेंट्स आर्टिफिशियल ना डाल के, इफ यू आर यूजिंग सर्टेन सोर्सेज व्हिच आर हैविंग नेचुरल सोर्स ऑफ एंटीऑक्सीडेंट, देन आप ना आर्टिफिशियल एंटीऑक्सीडेंट डालेंगे तो आपका जो मीट प्रोडक्ट है वो नेचुरल है, ऑल नेचुरल मीट प्रोडक्ट, यू कैन मार्केट इट एज ऑल नेचुरल मीट प्रोडक्ट। बहुत सिग्निफिकेंट सोर्स ऑफ डाइटरी फाइबर है आपका ये मिलेट। Meat is basically devoid of dietary fiber. You are not having any kind of dietary fiber in meat. So if you can develop a product in which the millet is there by replacing, say, 15 to 20% of the meat, meat is a very expensive commodity, and you are replacing it with a relatively cheaper millet flour. उसमें डाइटरी फाइबर आ गया, उसमें फिनोलिक्स आ गए, एंटीऑक्सीडेंट आ गए, ग्लूटेन फ्री हो गया, और जो बहुत हैवी कमोडिटी है, बहुत एक्सपेंसिव कमोडिटी है मीट को, उसको आपने रिप्लेस कर दिया, सब्सटीट्यूट कर दिया रिलेटिवली चीपर कमोडिटी से, एंड यू आर बेसिकली डेवलपिंग अ प्रोडक्ट व्हिच इज बीइंग सोल्ड एट मच हायर प्राइस। सो आप देखिए ये विन विन सिचुएशन है उस पर्टिकुलर प्रोसेसर के लिए, राइट? This particular millets is also responsible for improvement in the sensory properties because it is having a grainy and gritty texture, which giving a positive feedback as far as sensory acceptance is concerned. Means the people are relishing that particular barny and grainy flavor of the millets when it is incorporated with the meat. But still मीट के अंदर इसकी जो एप्लीकेशन है बहुत लिमिटेड है, उसको सिर्फ एक्सटेंडर के तौर पे यूज किया जा रहा है। इसकी एप्लीकेशन को बढ़ावा देने की जरूरत है, एंड लॉट ऑफ रिसर्च इनपुट शुड बी गिवन फॉर द डेवलपमेंट ऑफ दोज प्रोडक्ट्स व्हिच आर रिच इन मिलेट। A new condition which is coming up right nowadays is plant-based meat analogs. Use of millets in plant-based meat analog is being pushed. इसको बहुत ज्यादा तवज्जो दी जा रही है, बहुत ज्यादा पुश दिया जा रहा है, wherein lot of plant-based meat analogs, they are having good amount of millet flours in it, right? For that we require millet processing machineries. बहुत challenges हैं because these machineries, they are basic units which are required, and they are not customized, and they are not designed in a way कि वो large scale पे काम कर सके। ये big problem आ जा रही है। So can we call it as a sustainable solution कि जो millets हैं उसका incorporation एक sustainable solution बोला जा सकता है? Yes, we can say that. Why? Because ये प्लांट्स के लिए, प्लेनेट के लिए, फार्मर के लिए और ह्यूमन हेल्थ के लिए एक बहुत सस्टेनेबल सॉल्यूशन प्रोवाइड कर रहा है जो मिलेट्स हैं। इफ वी जस्ट लुक एट द सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स, आउट ऑफ 17 सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स, आपके पास 4-5 जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स हैं, बाय यूजिंग द मिलेट्स यू कैन मीट दैट। जीरो हंगर, गुड हेल्थ, क्लाइमेट एक्शन, सस्टेनेबल कंजम्पशन, एंड इंक्रीजिंग द इनकम और eliminating the property, elevation of the poverty, right? कार्बन फुटप्रिंट की हमेशा बात होती थी, वाटर फुटप्रिंट एक न्यू थिंग है। These millets can reduce the amount of the water which is being consumed by the plants. So these are basically the wonder fruits, and wonder fruits के होने के साथ साथ it is giving good amount of food security, nutritional security, and economic security to the farmers or the processors who are involved in this particular business. As we have been discussing it, हमने ये देखा कि टाइप ऑफ मिलेट्स क्या है, उनकी न्यूट्रिशन वैल्यू क्या है, उनकी हेल्थ बेनिफिट्स क्या है, बट द मेजर चैलेंजेस दैट रिमेन विद इट इज द प्रोसेसिंग, इज द मिनिमल रिसर्च इन्वेस्टमेंट दैट इज बीइंग गोइंग ऑन इन पब्लिक अवेयरनेस, ये बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, एंड द गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसीज। Nowadays, this is the most important thing, government policies. So what governments are basically doing for boosting this particular sector, they are doing so much initiative. They are with the initiative of Government of India, International Year of Millet 2023 आ गया, ठीक है, कई सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट एंड स्टेट गवर्नमेंट है, उसके एक्शन प्लान्स डिफरेंट है. Now they are implementing something you called as National Food Security Mission Nutri-Cereals that is coming up. Under Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, government is incentivizing farmers for increasing the production and productivity of millet. MSP fix कर दिया गया इसका. PLI स्कीम है, प्रोडक्टिविटी लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव स्कीम है, उसके अंदर मिलेट्स को लेके आ गया. मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ विमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट की एक पोषण स्कीम है, उसके अंडर मिलेट्स को देना शुरू कर दिया है. स्टार्टअप्स नए नए प्रमोट करने शुरू कर दिए हैं. नेशनल मिलेट मिशन है, उसको बूस्ट करने की कोशिश की जा रही है. पीडीएस में पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम के अंदर मिलेट्स को लेके आ रहे हैं. आई एम जस्ट हाईलाइटिंग 5 डिफरेंट स्टार्टअप्स व्हिच आर वर्किंग इन द मिलेट्स राइट नाउ. नेटिव फूड स्टोर, फलादा, स्लर्प, ईट मिलेट एंड मिलेट अम्मा, ये छोटे छोटे लेवल्स के ऊपर बहुत बड़े बड़े बिजनेस प्रोपोजिशंस लेके आ रहा है मिलेट राइट नाउ. But the thing is, which is most important right now, is to understand what is the supply chain of this particular millet. We are encouraging the demand for the millet. For that, we have to increase the value addition, increase the marketing of the millet, and for that we have to increase the cultivation of the millet. So जो भी right now इंडिया के अंदर slump आया हुआ है millet production का, उसको boost करने की जरूरत है. I'm just giving you a very small supply chain model in which how a particular connected market can be developed by using the help of small millet growers, in which they are giving their crops to pre-processors, then it goes to a farmer group, then it goes to a processor, then transporter, then retailer, and then to consumer. And this is how that particular product is going to flow. As far as the flow of benefit goes, it goes otherwise except opposite to the product. But जहां पे मनी फ्लो होगा वो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है. यहां देखिए, फार्मर ग्रुप से भी इस फार्मर को पैसा मिलेगा और प्रोसेसर से भी इस फार्मर को पैसा मिल रहा है. सो इट इज अ काइंड ऑफ अ बूस्ट फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर पुअर फार्मर हु कैन रियली चेंज द फेस ऑफ द रिटेल ऑल्सो, एंड हाउ दैट पर्टिकुलर मिलेट कैन हेल्प देम इन अचीविंग व्हाट वी कॉल एज न्यूट्रिशनल एंड फाइनेंशियल सिक्योरिटी. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Now let us learn about another IPR and copyrights and trademarks for food industry. To elaborate on the topic, we have with us Dr. S.S. Gaurav, Professor and Head, Nodal Cell IPR, Chaudhry Charan Singh, University, Meerut. He has an excellent academic record and has received gold medal for his master's degree at MPKB, Raholi, Maharashtra, and has been recipient of more than 15 awards from different scientific bodies, including Best Teacher Award, Science Leader Award by IIRR Hyderabad in 2015, and Science Initiator Award by Raj Mata Sindhya Ekasam University, Gwalior. He has published more than 100 original research papers in peer-reviewed journals of national and international repute and has 4 patents. He has also served Allahabad Central University, Prayagraj, as the President of India nominee, member of Executive Council. He has been member of Executive Council, Academic Council, and Senate, the apex body of the Chaudhry Charan Singh University, Meerut, for several times. Please welcome Dr. S.S. Gaurav.
Good evening. I think you all may be so tired. Even then, I will bring myself in 20 or 25 minutes.
So basically, there may be several repetitions because as I was went through the program, some earlier speaker may have maybe speaking the same. So before going through my talk, I would like to introduce my university first. As our vice chancellor always instruct us that normally many students and many people, they may or may not be aware that adjacent colleges of university. So I belong to CSTUP University Meerut, that I have been told. So very briefly, with few slides, first I will talk about my university, then I will actually talk about the talk. Next, please. So you can see my university is very old. It has been established in 1965, and recently it has been accredited A++, very high score, 3.66. In Uttar Pradesh, it is the second highest score after Gorakhpur. In Gorakhpur, I think required 3.6 score. We have different 9 faculty, more than 5 lakh students per annum, and they is spread over the 6 districts. And we are offering all kind of UG, PG, graduate, diploma, doctorate, all programs available. Next, please. So in this year, as per the Indian ranking, we are ranked in the first in all the institutions in Meerut, and you can see the third rank in UP, and we are second position in India. Next. So in US Asia ranking and the South Asia, we are in 219 position, where more than 3,500 universities of the South Asia participated. Next. And in the US Asia, in the world ranking, where more than 15,000 universities have participated. So we are between 701 to 750. This is very good position in US Asia. Next, please. And this is again very special award, that is Clarivate Award given in the area of science. So in case of UP, we are the first university, those have required. Next. Under the women category again, you can see the lady just left side, Dr. Saru Kumari, and the women scientific individual category. That is another award that was required by this university. This is very prestigious and highly award. Next. And this is another Imago ranking. We are 56th in position in all over India. You can see the different list of university, that how a good position it is. About more than 10,000 universities in India, in private and government and all institutions, they all participated to that. So this is that position. Next. And as per our publication, you can see that again that is A level plus accredited. This is the excellent grade in case of H index factor. Next thing. These are the different national international collaborations that already we are working together in the different area of research, especially. So you can see there is a reputed and prestigious organization we are working with. Next. And in case of IPR, especially patent, we are in 4th position in all over India. This 75 patents are basically acquired within the 2 years. When this vice chancellor, he has joined, and I am working as the IP officer of my university. So we acquired, and next please, you can see that in 4th position, there are 4 universities, University of Hyderabad, University of Madras, and our Chaudhary Charan University. So you can imagine how good we are doing in the area of IP protection. Next. This is the advisory council for our university. Every year, annually, those are in for the purpose of any academic advice. So with all, definitely, I think you may all be aware about the Yeah, here basically I have been told by Professor P.P. Singh that I should restrict myself with the copyright and trademark in the area of food. But immediately talking about director the copyright and trademark, I think you may be already completely speaker, may have been gone through all these IP statements about this IP. So before talking about retail, we always think where power lies. Power कहाँ पर है? Definitely technology. When we talk about any country, US में बहुत powerful है. हम जापान के बारे में बोलते हैं. Japan is very powerful. Korea is very powerful. It means we are something talking about in terms of technology. The technology transfer and their monetary gain after the selling of the technology. So I think it may be aware. सारे लोगों ने बता भी दिया होगा. So I think nothing but it is genesis of mind that has been in the different forms that has to be protected. That was the product of mind or genesis of mind. So under this, next please. Under this IP category, next please. So these are different forms of IP. ये भी शायद आपको बात समझ में होगी. ये है patent, या copyright, trademark, geographical indication, copyright. There are several forms of IP. So under this, mainly any area, whether we are talking about food industry or any kind of industry. So in my previous slide that we talked about the patents. So patents are the most important IP rights. Where we talked about the basically invention. It may be the processing or it may be the product invention. Next. So any right to the granted to the any inventor by the state or by the government, and that are the monopoly right. Means without the consent of that patent holder, no one can use in any form, whether it's for the marketing or any for any purpose. So these are the patent. Patent भी थोड़ा बहुत आपको बताएगा. Briefly, I think going through another slide. I wanted to describe. So in case of patent, we all know that any technology, it has to be invented, then technology must have three major things. That is novelty, inventiveness, and utility. And next please, when we talk about the novelty, now next please. Novelty assists all players in the global sense. That our technology that has been developed, it should be new. And new means before the filing of patent, any technology should not came into the public domain. If technology came to the public domain by any means, even in case of suppose we are publishing in newspaper or in conference paper or even by oral description, now we may spoil, we may lose the novelty. Mean by simple discussion. If suppose we have discussed our technology with our any colleague, if the same colleague, if it is describing any other places, then if it comes to the public domain, then also novelty will be lost. So we have to take care when we are working for any development of technology. If we wanted to get it patented, then such technology should not come to the public domain if we wanted to protect that technology in the form of patent. And secondly, inventiveness means it should be non-obvious. Only the expert can understand, only the expert can replicate or explain about it. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि आपने कहा कि मैंने टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप किया है, मैंने कुछ इन्वेंशन किया है. Any simple person who is not having the expertise, वो भी आकर उसको समझ ले और replicate करे. So it should be not only the invention, but it must have some inventive state, some expertise. Only the expert person of that area can explain and understand. And secondly, and thirdly, any invention it must have utility. Means it should not be the divide of it. ऐसा कोई एरिया ना हो पेटेंट का कि टेक्नोलॉजी का दूसरा सोसाइटी के लिए कुछ योजना हो। So these are the major three basically concepts during the development of technology that can be that are necessary to file any patent. Then secondly, patents are always the territorial rights. Means अगर आप technology protect करनी है, then you have to file your application individually to different countries where you want to protect your technology. Next, please. Next. Next. तो ये भी शायद आपको बताया हो पहले प्रीवियस स्पीकर में कि इन केस ऑफ इंडिया द पेटेंट्स आर फाइल्ड एज पर द पेटेंट एक्ट 1970 that was revised several times. Currently patent act 2005 revised version is applicable with the provision of mailbox here means earlier only the process patent was required. Suppose you have developed one process, एक ही प्रोसेस के 2 या 3 4 प्रोडक्ट बनाते थे तो भी वो इनका मोनोपोली राइट रहेगा. बट नाउ process and product both will be both in case of pharmaceutical food and other area, the process independently protected over product independently. That provision is called mailbox. So these are the different areas of the laws like any machine, machinery, compound, pharmaceutical product, composition, or any processing. All these areas we can go for the patent. Next. So many times what happens, even your invention is qualified by all three criteria, that is novelty and utility and inventiveness. तीनों criteria उसके बाद भी कुछ situations ऐसी हैं, even then the patent cannot be granted by the government. वो कुछ situations में क्या है? Some by example I am giving some like any invention that are destructive in nature or contrary to the established natural law, like perpetuation of motion machine. अगर आप लोगों रोबोट मूवी देखी होगी ज्यादातर लोगों ने, रोबोट 1 and version 2, उसमें रोबोट खुद से ही परपेचुएट हो रहा है. तो ऐसी कोई अगर मशीन हम बनाते हैं जो कि उसका कंट्रोल ह्यूमन बीइंग के पास नहीं है, if the machine can itself perpetuate and that can destruct and that is against the laws of the nature. ऐसा अगर कोई भी invention है, even if invention is qualifying all the three criteria, even then such invention will not be allowed to be protected under the patent list. And similarly, if anything is against the contrary to public order of morality, और या एनवायरमेंट के लिए अगेंस्ट हो या ह्यूमन किसी के लिए अगेंस्ट हो, फॉर एग्जांपल जैसे आई शुड नॉट गिव एग्जांपल बट मैंने लिखा है जैसे अगर कोई कहता है कि ब्राउन शुगर मैंने नई सिंथेसाइज की है, इसका कंपाउंड बहुत अच्छा है और इसका बहुत महंगा बिकेगा, लेकिन बट इट इज अगेंस्ट द ऑर्डर ऑफ द पब्लिक मोरालिटी. तो इस तरह से कोई भी चीज पब्लिक ऑर्डर के खिलाफ है या नेचर के खिलाफ है या मोरालिटी के खिलाफ है, कंट्री के लॉज के खिलाफ है, then such thing can also not be given the protection under the patent law. Next is similarly arrangement or rearrangement or duplication of machine. इसका एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे आई कैन गिव एग्जाम्पल ऑफ जुगाड़ होता है. आपने देखा होगा कि हाउ यूजफुल इट इज. वेस्टर्न यूपी में सब लोग जानते होंगे जुगाड़. अगर उसकी नॉवेल्टी देखेंगे तो आई थिंक पूरी दुनिया में कहीं नहीं, हाईली न्यू, बिल्कुल नया नॉबिलिटी क्राइटेरिया उसको फिल करता है जुगाड़, और मोबिलिटी क्राइटेरिया भी फिल करता है. उससे आप इंजन को उस तरह को इरिगेशन में ले सकते हैं, ट्रांसपोर्ट के पर्पस से यूज करते हैं, कृषि के पर्पस से यूज कर सकते हैं. तो मल्टीपल यूज है. इवन देन और जिसने बनाया वो इन्वेंटिव स्टेप्स भी हैं, कहीं का पहिया छोड़ा, कहीं को सुन छोड़ा, बट इट इज द merely arrangement and rearrangement. डिवाइसेस जो भी लगी हुई हैं ऑल ऑफ दे आर नोन डिवाइसेस. So that's why such invention उनको हम we cannot go on the patent. इसी तरीके से एग्रीकल्चर की अगर कोई कुछ भी प्रैक्टिसेज हैं, वो ओल्ड एज प्रैक्टिसेज है, उनमें फिर इनोवेशन हो सकता है, और they are formed a part of practices. That's why they are also not comes under the this invention or That's why they are not allowed to be protected under the patent. ऐसे अगर कोई एक्सपर्टाइज है, जैसे कि कोई मान लो टीचिंग मेथड है, कोई कहता है कि बहुत अच्छा पढ़ा रहा हूँ, अच्छा पढ़ा रहा है, या कुछ सर्जिकल है, डॉक्टर कहता है कि मेरी सर्जरी बहुत अच्छी तरह कुछ कहता है, तो दे विल बी कंसिडर्ड एज एक्सपर्टाइज. So such expertise cannot be given the protection under the patent law. Or any research that is connected with the national security, atomic energy का अगर कोई रिसर्च कर रहा है, तो उसके लिए इंस्टीट्यूशन है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल पार्क है, DRDO है, तो इस तरह के जो रिसर्च है, तो ऐसे बहुत से एरियाज हैं where even your invention is qualifying for especially novelty, inventiveness, and utility, even they may be the devoid of the given protection in the patent law, these different kind of policies. Next, please. Next most important, इसके अलावा copyright, क्योंकि हम सबके लिए सब बहुत being an academic students and all teachers again very specific law of the IPR protection. In under the copyright, basically we go for the protection of expression of ideas, not the ideas. So basically, इसमें for if I can give an example, being a faculty of genetics and computing, Mendel तो सभी ने पढ़ा होगा, हमने BSc किया है. तो Mendel laws है. अब किसी भी किताब में बहुत अलग अलग आपने उसको पढ़ोगे, कहीं थोड़ा इसी तरीके से लिखा होगा, एक्सप्रेशन होगा. So the theory will be the principle and the theory will be the same. Mendel laws तो Mendel के द्वारा डाल दिए गए हैं, but जो उसमें एक्सप्रेशन होगा, लिखने का जो एक्सप्रेशन होगा, that will be. So in case of copyright, the basically state gives the protection for the expression of the idea. मूल आइडिया को नहीं इसमें मिलता है, और आइडिया को कैसे एक्सप्रेस किया जाता है उस पर मिलता है, और इसके डिफरेंट फॉर्म्स हैं. मीन लिटरेरी वर्क के लिए मिलता है, सिनेमेटोग्राफी वर्क के लिए मिलता है, साउंड ट्रैक, वीडियो सॉफ्टवेयर प्रोग्राम, ऐसे तमाम चीजें इसके लिए इसमें मिलता है. Copyright Act actually initially it was given in 1957. That was several times been amended, and currently amended Act 1999 is applicable to the protection of copyright. Next. So for the purpose of copyright, a symbol is होता है C and circle. So it means if anyone is copying or sampling or sharing your material that is protected under the copyright, it will be considered as an offense. और उसमें जो भी उसके as per the law of the land, जो भी country के law जो उसके forgery के forgery या copy के that will be applicable, और उसके अनुसार that will be the punishable act. So here we can see that literary work के लिए author's life का safety है. कितना इंपॉर्टेंट राइट है इसका आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं. जैसे बहुत से ऑथर हैं जिन्होंने एक अच्छी किताब लिखी और वो चल गई, और डॉलर्स उसकी रॉयल्टी होती है, तो उससे पूरे लाइफ में उसकी अर्निंग होती है, प्लस उसके मरने के बाद भी 60 ईयर्स तक उसको रॉयल्टी मिलती है, उसके जो उसके फैमिली मेंबर्स ऑफिस या बच्चों. तो हाउ इम्पोर्टेंट कॉपीराइट वी कैन अंडरस्टैंड. सिमिलरली for the purpose of photographic work or cinematographic work, सब लिखा हुआ है, सबके लिए 60 years तक के लिए लिखना है. जैसे स्पेशली फूड इंडस्ट्री के लिए कहा गया था. सो इन केस ऑफ फूड इंडस्ट्री जो भी पब्लिश्ड और अनपब्लिश्ड रेसिपी है, अनपब्लिश्ड मैंने इसलिए लिखा है, कई बार बहुत लोग अपनी रेसिपी या कुछ भी उनका प्रोटोकॉल है तो पब्लिश नहीं करते. केवल लेटर भी लिख दिया मैंने, मान लीजिए being expert in the food technology or any home science or any other area, just I have mailed to you, और उसमें कुछ प्रोटोकॉल है that will be not considered under the publication, लेकिन वो भी प्रोटेक्टेड अंडर द. अगर वो भी कोई अगर चोरी करता है विदाउट कंसेंट उसको यूटिलाइज करता है तो आप उसके भी खिलाफ कोर्ट में जा सकते हैं. तो पब्लिश द अनपब्लिश्ड रेसिपी और एनी डॉक्यूमेंट that is they are always considered. इसके लिए कुछ फॉर्मल कॉपीराइट के लिए फॉर्मली भी जा सकते हैं प्रोटेक्शन के लिए, लेकिन अगर नहीं भी रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए जाते हैं, वंस इट इज रिटन इन द फॉर्म ऑफ पेपर और पब्लिश्ड है या अनपब्लिश्ड है, लेटर के रूप में भी लिखा है, देन ऑल्सो इट इज प्रोटेक्टेड. तो मेन इसका जो इम्पोर्टेंट फीचर्स है कि कुछ भी अगर लिख देता है कोई भी इन एनी फॉर्म दैट विल बी कंसीडर्ड दैट योर आइटम इज प्रोटेक्टेड, आप क्लेम कर सकते हैं। बस आपको साबित करना पड़ेगा, यू हैव टू वेरीफाई एंड सर्टिफाई दैट इट बिलोंग टू यू। जैसे आपकी हैंड राइटिंग में लिखा हो, डेट लिखी हो, आपको साबित करना पड़ेगा, देन इट इज प्रोटेक्टेड। और उस तरह के यूट्यूब चैनल अगर बहुत लोग बनाते हैं, जैसे भोजन के बारे में बनाते रहते हैं, फूड के एरिया में यूट्यूब चैनल हैं, डॉक्यूमेंट्री फिल्म्स हैं, और कोई प्रोटोकॉल है, सो एनीथिंग दैट किसी भी रूप में अगर उसका परफॉर्मेंस है या कुछ भी है, दे आर अंडर द प्रोटेक्शन। सो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट राइट, और दिस इंपॉर्टेंट राइट इज सेकेंडली, if anyone is using your any kind of this protocol for any kind of published or unpublished data, and if they are making any kind of business, so you are advised to go for the court, or you can ask for the share of the protocol. Next, please. A trademark is another very important and very significant type of IP. In case of trademark, I will start by giving a very basic example. जैसे कॉटन के बारे में ज्यादातर लोग अंडर ग्रेजुएट एग्रीकल्चर किया होगा, तो 4 कॉटन है जो कल्टीवेटेड है, हिर्सुटम, अर्बोरियम, हर्बेसियम, जो भी क्लॉथ बनते हैं क्लॉथ दे आर फ्रॉम द 4 ग्रेड कॉटन, और वर्ल्ड मार्केट में करीब 60 पॉइंट के आसपास पर के लिए उसका पर क्विंटल कॉटन का वो है। तो हमने देखा होगा वुडलैंड में जाते हैं, कहीं भी जाते हैं, तो व्हाट वी परचेज, हम देखते हैं ना कि उसमें बना है, ओनली वी सी द ब्रांड, दैट इज बेसिकली द ट्रेड, वी पे फॉर द ब्रांड, we don't pay for the actual quality, we are not having a parameter or a yardstick to examine the quality of the cloth or quality of anything. That trademark itself signifies, it gives the signifies its quality. So trademarks are the basically there are identification marks, those with the identity of any company or any service. जैसे अगर आपका जो मोनोग्राम बना हुआ है, सिंपली बाई लोगो, इससे पता चलता है कि यूनिवर्सिटी कौन सी है, इसका स्ट्रक्चर कैसा है, तो दे आर द बेसिक आइडेंटिफिकेशन मार्क्स। एंड सच काइंड ऑफ ट्रेडमार्क कैसे भी दे सकते हैं, सिंगल वर्ड हो सकते हैं, कोई स्लोगन हो सकता है, कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ वर्ड्स हो सकते हैं, बट नॉर्मली ट्रेडमार्क है रजिस्टर्ड इनिशियली दे आर गिवन फॉर द 10 years, but they can be renewed any number of times. नॉर्मली एक बार जो ट्रेडमार्क हो जाता है वो रिन्यूअल उसका होता रहता है, और वो रिन्यूअल नहीं भी अगर होते हैं तो भी उसका कोई मिसयूज नहीं कर सकता, इवन देन यू कैन गो फॉर द कोर्ट ऑफ द लॉ फॉर मिसयूज ऑफ योर ट्रेडमार्क। नेक्स्ट, तो ट्रेडमार्क कहीं पर प्लेस कर सकते हैं, जैसे आप देखो रसीद में भी रहता है, अगर कोई वाउचर मिलता है तो वाउचर में भी छपा रहता है, बिल्डिंग में ये लोगो है, बिल्डिंग में लिखा हुआ है, तो ट्रेडमार्क कैन बी प्लेस यानी भी, और उसकी वैलिडिटी उतनी ही रहती है, और जितनी कहीं बड़ी बिल्डिंग में लगा हुआ है या किसी पेपर में लगा हुआ है, कहीं पर भी लगा। नेक्स्ट, तो नॉर्मली इसके सब ट्रेडमार्क की 3 सिंबल्स आर यूज्ड, वन इज दैट पीएम, व्हेन पीएम इज यूज्ड, तो इसका मतलब है कि अनरजिस्टर्ड ट्रेडमार्क, या तो अंडर द प्रोसेस ऑफ रजिस्ट्रेशन है, और या फिर रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए फाइलिंग है। तो अगर कोई ट्रेडमार्क कोई भी कंपनी या कोई भी इंडिविजुअल या कोई भी एंटिटी या कोई भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इफ दे आर गिविंग एनी काइंड ऑफ ट्रेडमार्क, और वो ट्रेडमार्क के थ्रू इफ दे आर यूजिंग दैट ट्रेडमार्क फॉर द मेकिंग ऑफ एनी बिजनेस और एनी एक्टिविटी, तो भी वो बिना रजिस्टर्ड हुए कुछ नहीं हो पाएगा। दिस इज द मोस्ट सिग्निफिकेंट, कि अगर ट्रेडमार्क रजिस्टर्ड नहीं भी है तो उसकी जो पैरामीटर है, उसकी जो क्वालिटी है, या उसकी जो कहना चाहिए उसका जो सिग्निफिकेंट है कभी कम नहीं होगा। उसको भी अगर कोई कॉपी करता है, मिसयूज करता है, तो भी वो सेम अगर करता है तो भी पनिशेबल है। और जहाँ पर ऐसा यूज होता है सर्विस मार्क यूज होते हैं, जहाँ पर बेसिकली ट्रेडमार्क जो द यूटिलाइज्ड फॉर द पर्पस ऑफ व्हेन द प्रोडक्ट इज इन द फॉर्म ऑफ सर्विस, जैसे कुरियर सर्विस या पिज्जा डिलीवरी सर्विस, और भी बहुत से ऐसे जहाँ पर सर्विसेज यूज होती है rather than the product, तो वहां पर ऐसा यूज होता है। और वंस ट्रेडमार्क इज रजिस्टर्ड आर इंसर्ट, आप अगर जैसे बोतल देखेंगे तो यहाँ पर भी लिखा होगा आर, जहाँ पर भी आर ऐसा लिखा है मीन्स नॉट ट्रेडमार्क आर ऑलरेडी रजिस्टर्ड। तो तीन में से कोई ना कोई आपने मार्क लिखा हुआ मिलेगा। इट मीन्स ये ट्रेडमार्क है तो सर्विस मार्क का इट सिग्निफाइज if the trademark is belong from the service mark, registered mark or unregistered trademark. Next please. ट्रेडमार्क इंडिया में जो है ट्रेडमार्क एंड मर्चेंटाइज मार्केट 1958 में एप्लीकेबल था, दैट वाज रिवाइज्ड एंड अमेंडेड जो कि 99 में हुआ। अब उसको ही अब यूज हो रहा है करेंटली, उसके बाद मिनॉरिटी 2003 से एप्लीकेबल। बहुत से एग्जाम्पल हैं फूड इंडस्ट्री के ट्रेडमार्क के, तो कुछ एग्जाम्पल जैसे कि कॉफी के केस में केवल जो कॉफी टाइप के प्रोडक्ट है टी और कॉफी के, इंडिया के जो मेजर ब्रांड है मोर देन 30 ब्रांड है मार्केट में, जो बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट सिग्निफिकेंट मार्क है। सिमिलरली वेगन वेजिटेबल फूड आइटम्स के लिए है, और मीट एंड प्रोसेस मीट के लिए मोर देन 30 से ज्यादा ऐसे ब्रांड हैं या ट्रेडमार्क हैं जो कि मार्केट में इंडिया में। ये इसको हम सभी जानते हैं, वहाँ पर क्या मिलता है मैकडोनाल्ड। सो ऐसे अगर आप गूगल करेंगे तो विल गेट थाउजेंड्स इन द फूड इंडस्ट्री, विल गेट थाउजेंड्स ऑफ ट्रेड ओनली बाय विजुअलाइजिंग द नेट आई। आपको पता चल जाएगा कि इसका मतलब कौन सी कंपनी है, इसका प्रोडक्ट क्या है, इसका मतलब क्या है, इसकी वैल्यू क्या है, इसकी वैल्यूएशन क्या है। तो ट्रेडमार्क मींस इट गिव्स द ईच एंड एवरी whole coverage of that industry or organization or product or service. So simply by giving one word or one symbol, you can identify what kind of company or product it is. So this is the importance of trade. ये सर इसके बाद ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट टाइप की राइट्स है, फूड इंडस्ट्री में भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, स्पेशली बाय कैन गिव एग्जांपल ऑफ को शायद हम सभी यूज करते होंगे ड्रिंक के रूप में। सबकी अपनी अपनी चॉइस होगी, कोई स्प्राइट पीता है, कोई थम्स अप पीता है। बोतल में सब लिखा हो, ईच एंड एवरी कंपोनेंट इज रिटन ऑन द बोतल, इतना उसमें कार्बोनाइज्ड वाटर है, दिस मच ऑफ सॉल्ट परसेंटेज, दिस मच ऑफ शुगर, दिस मच ऑफ दैट। Do you think that if we combine all the combinations or composition that is given on the bottle, if we mix, then we achieve the same taste and flavor of the food? My answer is no, never. It means something is not written on the bottle. सब कुछ बॉटल में लिखा होता है। अगर आप कप सिरप भी लेने जाएंगे तो सब कुछ लिखा रहेगा, इतना 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 परसेंटेज कंपोजिशन एवरीथिंग विल बी रिटन। अगर आप अपने घर में सब कुछ उसी रेशियो में डाल लें, डू यू थिंक यू कैन प्रिपेयर द कप सिरप? डेफिनेटली नो। रीजन भी है कि कोई ना कोई उसमें एक ऐसी बात भी है जो नहीं है, दैट इज द टेस्ट। कंपनी और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नॉर्मली to make their business effect, to make their business in a specific manner or some qualitative manner, or to make to differentiate their business, कोई ना कोई कंपैरिजन, कोई ना कोई कंपोजिशन, कोई ना कोई फार्मूला, कुछ ना कुछ they are not disclosing. It is the between the employee and employer, उनके बीच में होता है। जो आप काम करते हैं there normally their each rights are protected with the employee and employer with the in the form of agreement. एग्रीमेंट करा लेते हैं, जो भी जॉब करते हैं तो जॉब छोड़ भी देंगे, तो अगर किसी एग्रीमेंट को अगर उसको ब्रेक करेंगे तो पनिशेबल है, वो जेल हो। तो दैट इज द बेसिकली प्रोडक्ट होता है, और इस तरह के बहुत से प्रोडक्ट हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज, नेक्स्ट प्लीज। Here you can see I have given the Coca-Cola, जो लोग नॉन वेजिटेरियन है वो KFC के चिकन को भी देख सकते हैं, वो जिनका जो प्रिपरेशन है, और भी तमाम तरह के चिकन में बहुत लोग आ गए हैं मार्केट में, बट यू विल नॉट गेट द टेस्ट ऑफ दैट हियर, मींस समथिंग एल्स दैट गिवन दैट इज द ट्रेड सीक्रेट। हर एक का बहुत हर एक जितने भी आइटम सेटेबल आइटम जो कि वी आर कंसर्निंग विद द फूड इंडस्ट्री, तो हर एक का इफ इट इज, जैसे यहाँ पर आप देख रहे हैं आईपी के बहुत सारे राइट्स हैं, बॉटल है उसकी डिजाइन अपने आप में एक राइट है, ट्रेड सीक्रेट्स राइट है और ट्रेडमार्क्स। तो ये भी होता है कि एक टाइम में देयर आर several IP rights are can be acquired at the same time with the same kind of product. Next please. दूसरा फूड इंडस्ट्री के लिए दिस इज अनदर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इंडस्ट्रियल डिजाइन। डिजाइन में भी वही है, डिजाइन कैन बी बेसिकली तो any finished product that can appeal by the naked eye, that can be judged by the naked eye, so that is called design. Design कैसे भी हो सकती है, it can be prepared manually, it can be prepared mechanically, chemically, or combinations of all these. थ्री डायमेंशनल पिक्चर के फॉर्म में, टू डायमेंशनल और एनी काइंड ऑफ डायमेंशनल, तो किसी फॉर्मेट में उसको डिजाइन में बना सकते हैं। बस फाइनली ये कि लास्ट फाइनल प्रोडक्ट शुड बी एंड दैट कैन बी जज्ड बाय द नेक्स्ट टाइम। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। तो डिजाइन के केस में भी है, जैसे कि पहले इन केस ऑफ पेटेंट डिजाइन शुड बी नॉवेल। डिजाइन जो भी है वो वर्ल्ड में ग्लोबली वो पहली डिजाइन पहले वर्ष कहीं पब्लिश ना हुई हो, that will be taught। और डिजाइन के केस में भी यही है कि it should not be against the published order or the morality। जैसे अगर आप लोगों ने नाम सुना हो, एक बहुत बड़े सरकार जब नहीं रहे आदरणीय हुसैन साहब, उन्होंने हमारी कुछ गॉडेस हिंदू माइथोलॉजी में जो गॉडेस हैं सरस्वती और उनका, he has made some pictures without law। उन्होंने बोला this is my art and this is my copyright or this is my music। So anything cannot be protected in the form of design if it against the laws of the land or against the morality। और जो भी स्टेट का संबंध, स्टेट में सरकारी गवर्नमेंट के संबंध है, लाइक वो स्टैंड में या कल को पे कहता है मैं डिजाइन क्रिएट कर रहा हूँ, पार्लियामेंट में पिक्चर बनाना मॉडल क्रिएट कर रहा हूँ, सो एनीथिंग दैट इज ओन्ड बाय द स्टेट कैन नॉट बी मेड द पार्ट ऑफ द डिजाइन। नेक्स्ट। तो इन केस ऑफ अगर हम प्रोडक्ट की बात करते हैं तो डिजाइन पैकेजिंग का पार्ट भी हो सकता है और जो उसके अंदर जो फूड मटेरियल है उसका भी हो सकता है। जैसे अगर पेड़े है कुछ है तो उसका शेप क्या है, दैट शेप कैन बी द पार्ट ऑफ डिजाइन। और जो आउटर पार्ट है, पैकेजिंग का पार्ट है, दैट कैन आल्सो बी द पार्ट ऑफ डिजाइन। तो इसके बेस पर भी आप देखो बहुत देयर आर प्रोडक्ट those are basically making their effects in the market on the basis of not only the taste, not only the basically the keeping quality, but also on the basis of their design। जो प्रोडक्ट की डिजाइन है, पैकेजिंग की डिजाइन, उसके बेसिस पर उनकी इफेक्ट्स है मार्केट को दैट वे वेट। नेक्स्ट। जहां पर ओपन कंटेनर है वहां प्रोडक्ट का कोई संबंध नहीं है, डिजाइन ओनली मेक द कंटेनर डिफरेंट। जैसे रीयूज करने वाले जो कंटेनर हैं तो दे आर ये रीयूज में ध्यान रखना, अगेन एंड अगेन वी कैन यूज सब काइंड ऑफ फूड आइटम्स। अगर कंटेनर्स हैं दे आर ओनली only the exterior design is considered, not the interior part is considered in this। Next। दूसरा फूड इंडस्ट्री के GI, this is again very important IP rights। This IP right, this is basically given granted to the not to individual। GI हमेशा एक स्पेसिफिक प्रोसेसिंग के लिए या वहाँ के वेदर के लिए, क्लाइमेट कंडीशन, इफ एनीथिंग इज वेरी स्पेसिफिक और प्रोडक्ट में दैट स्पेसिफिसिटी इट कैन बी आइडेंटिफाइड इन द दैट एनी प्रोडक्ट, तो उसको GI की टैगिंग दी जाती है। और GI ऑलवेज गिवन टू द कंपनी रिम्यूनरेटिव। जैसे ट्रेडमार्क केस में है, ट्रेडमार्क आर बेसिकली मार्क दोज आर मेड बाय द इंडिविजुअल। GI जो लोगो इंडिविजुअल नहीं बना सकता, उसके लिए इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ डिजाइन है नई दिल्ली में। तो वो जब आप जितनी भी कंपनी होंगी जो एक प्रोडक्ट बनाती है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल हॉस्पिटल इन केस ऑफ मेरठ, तो जितनी भी कंपनियां कैंटियां बनाती हैं और दे विल बेसिकली गो गिव देयर दे विल फाइल एप्लीकेशन फॉर द पर्पस ऑफ दिस GI, then their application that will be given the scrutiny, and if they are found this eligible, then they will be given a particular logo. So such logo is given to the remunerating company, or a group of the companies, not to the individual. This is the major difference in the trademark and the GI marks. And the product those have acquired the GI marks, they will be given protection not only in the domestic market but also in case of international market. So they did this. There in case of basmati rice, Meerut case में there are seizure of Meerut. तिरुपति बालाजी जो कुछ जाते हैं तो लड्डू भी अंदर GI आ गया. There are several food products those are now acquired GI. Next. These are some examples of those have acquired. That's a बहुत. There are still thousands of products in India. Those have acquired GI tagging. With the, as you can see here, नासिक पहले का वाइन है, लड्डू है वहाँ का तिरुपति बालाजी का, और कई रसगुल्ला है. So local, so on the basis of specific processing, on the basis of desirability, on the basis of specific alignment, on the basis of some any process material, or that gives the edge to the market, or specifically some specialty, and that specific nature can be identified, and that is different from already this available product. This on that particular area. So they are given they are basically granted the here. So these are the major IP rights. Those are given in the food material. और दूसरे IP rights हैं like PBR, plant feeders के लिए, industrial design के लिए. But these are the major IP rights. Those are given in the area of this food industry. So next please. So in case of India, mainly the IP protection agencies हैं, those are giving this basically they are working as an advisory. So in India, this type है जहाँ पर they are basically facilitator. अगर हमें किसी को भी wanted to protect our technology, or we wanted to file our patent or copyright registration or anything, we can take the help from type. तो ये उसको फाइनेंशियली और ये सपोर्ट करते हैं और एडवाइजरी सपोर्ट भी कैन हुआ है. इसी तरह एनआरडीसी भी वही करता है कि ऑल दीस थ्री एजेंसीज दे आर सपोर्टिंग फाइनेंशियली एज वेल एज अदर टेक्निकल सपोर्ट कैन बी टेकन फ्रॉम इन केस ऑफ बीपी दिस एजेंसी काउंसिल ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी पेटेंट इंफॉर्मेशन सेल है. They are also giving the financial support and technical support for any kind of IP protection. This is the structural organization of IP in India. Ministry of Industry and Commerce is the main body. Main office है Office of the Controller General of Patent Design and Trademark. इनके साथ में agency there are 4 patent offices. दिल्ली में मेजर है, दिल्ली, कोलकाता, चेन्नई एंड मुंबई. डिजाइन का बुकिंग है वो कोलकाता में, जीआई के लिए चेन्नई में रजिस्ट्रेशन होता है, एंड पेटेंट इंफॉर्मेशन सर्विस they are not basically acting as a providing the service. So this is the IP structure in India. So this was my basic thought. With this, thank you all for giving the time. Thank you.
Any queries? Thank you, sir. Thank you for such an interesting presentation. Thank you for acquainting us with the trademarks, trade secrets, and copyright. Thank you, sir. I would like to now request our Dean sir to facilitate Dr. S.S. Gaurav. I would also like to invite Dr. Pankaj sir, Dean, OSD, to relate this one.
पहले क्लिनिक के बाद सर्टिफिकेट दे दो अनाउंस कर दो बाकी सर्टिफिकेट वहीं से लेंगे कुछ सर्टिफिकेट बोला पड़ती
Now we'll be distributing the certificates. Firstly, I would like to invite Dr. Manu Singh, Annual Science, SMS Saharanpur. Dr. Deepak Sharma, Muzaffarnagar. Next, Dr. Sonika Grewal, SMS Hastinapur. Next will be Dr. P.K. Manke, Hapur. Dr. Nadeem Shah, Bulandshahr. Dr. Nadeem Shah, Dr. Gaushal, Badaun. Dr. Manoj Kumar, Muradabad. Dr. Pankaj Sambal. Dr. Deepak Kumar, Pilibhit. Dr. Shiv Kumar Yadav, Shahjahanpur. Dr. Akshil Patel. Dr. Rajeev. Dr. Dev Deepak. Dr. Atul Gupta. Rest certificates to the students will be distributed later.
चलो बाद में दे देंगे So each and every participant of this workshop will get the certificate. They will get and collect the certificate from the Department of Livestock Production Technology of College of Veterinary Science. Okay. So this is all about the today's function, today's program. And now, with the permission of Dean, I would like to say that this is conclusion of the function. Thank you.